CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Hit hard, hit fast. I only see you for missions now, Kaisa. What happened to best friends forever?
Akali, I know I've been...
No matter what, we fight together.
Never be afraid to listen, this little girl. Harmoniously.
All I feel is joy.
You know, they can kind of go for the late game scaling when YSKM is on a carry top and he's playing Kale, that sort of thing.
Pretender
but
might be going down here and
no.
just sold by the Elise. Walked around the corner and kind of forgot about
roaming. And Misty is a great roamer, but that's all just moot if they don't make anything out of that right now.
Hana
has to try and run away in his own jungle, but the follow-up from Gory means that it's dead Hana in the jungle over by his... Oh! No!
That might be the go button.
Granddaughter!
Beautiful goes and he gets a shove onto 4 members into the Moonlight Vigil, which decimates the team. No Name finally coming in, but he's coming in a little bit late. He gets stunned down and bursted. 7-9 in tatters as only Castiel is alive, and he's running for the...
He doesn't have cleanse for the team fight, so
here comes the counter
unstoppable.
tree. Boy going into the front line. Ashi might be falling down here. Grabbed him use already, and they got everyone stuck on the cannon barrage. Korea going in with a 3-man keeper's verdict, but they don't find any follow-up here. And you get the first. In goes Arashi straight into the back line. This is Littleby running for his life. That's a double cyclone. The front line is collapsing for Korea. He goes down, and they're still chasing forward. Jindu might follow. They're just trying to get Littleby. The second shot finally gets him, and 7-9 with a beautiful counter engage. They hit the back line. They need to fight their way out of this.
Here comes Rock.
Here they
That's
go.
Charm. They do land. That's going to be one. They managed to really carry something after they have any more. Oh boy, it's Kanye falling into Lil V. It seems that J-Team have run out of steam. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Only Uni Boy
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Nilah does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Nilah of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Nilah is an endlessly joyful melee marksman who makes waves with the strength of her allies. She steals power from the demon of joy, Ashlesh, siphoning incomparable magic from his prison. With every step, her water whip slays monsters that would destroy the world. So the legends say. Welcome to the Nilah Champion Spotlight.
Joy, unceasing and forever.
Nilah's passive, Joy Unending, makes ally heals and shields more powerful on her, increasing their value by a small amount. When a nearby ally casts an ability that heals or shields Nilah or themselves, Joy Unending buffs both of them for the bonus value. See, everyone's happier when Nilah's around.
Joy protect you!
Though she's quick to crush foes, Nilah is a caring friend. When she last hits a minion, she'll whip up some bonus experience and split it with the nearest ally.
Such happiness!
Use Nilah's Q, Formless Blade, to attack enemies with her water whip. Roll 3d10. Wait, no, that's not right. Formless Blade strikes in a line, damaging all enemies hit. Hitting an enemy increases Nilah's attack range and attack speed for a few seconds, and her basic attacks will splash in a cone, dealing additional damage. Formless Blade has a short cooldown. If you hit it consistently, your sustained AoE will wash enemies away.
My waters cut deep.
With Formless Blade's passive, damage against champions will ignore some of their armor and heal Nilah for part of the damage dealt. This effect scales with crit chance and can overheal, granting a shield. Nilah's W shrouds her in Jubilant Veil, where she briefly gains bonus move speed and dodges all incoming basic attacks. She also takes reduced magic damage to really rain on her enemy's parade. Touching an allied champion hides them in the Veil as well, but they'll be protected for a shorter period. With her demon hunting responsibilities, Nilah must be swift as a coursing river. Her E, Slipstream, lets her dash through a target unit, damaging all enemies she passes through. Nilah can hold 2 charges of Slipstream at once, and she'll always move for a set distance, so get ready to go with the flow. Cast Formless Blade during Slipstream to pull a wave in your path, dealing damage and activating your empowered attacks. Nilah unleashes a surge of power with her ultimate, Apotheosis, lashing her whip in an area around her. With the final burst, she pulls enemies in toward the center. Apotheosis heals Nilah for part of the damage dealt, converting any excess healing into a shield. This effect scales the crit chance and is granted to nearby allies. After all, joy is meant to be shared.
Now you know what you're up against.
In lane, longer range opponents can easily poke Nilah out, so rely on Joy Unending to keep you healthy and gain extra experience. Nilah's self-healing and armor penetration scale with crit chance, so you'll need a few items before you're really whipped into shape. When you're ready to dive in, managing Nilah's mobility is key to giving your enemies whiplash. As a melee marksman, she has to be especially alert to stay out of hot water against tanky frontliners and bruisers. Slipstream has a long cooldown, but it holds 2 charges and targets allies as well as enemies. It's a powerful tool for maneuvering around a teamfight, if you use it wisely. Jubilant Veil can also ensure Nilah's survival by blocking basic attacks, and you can even use it to protect your teammates in a pinch. There may be an I in Nilah, but there isn't one in Team. She wants to be the star of every fight, but be sure to stick with friends who can keep her alive. Without support, your tail might end up with an H2 oh no!
Remember my name.
Nilah's true power lies in mid and late game team fights when your foes are grouped up for cutting down. Activate Formless Blade's passive as often as possible and you'll topple the greatest of giants. Clump up enemies with Apotheosis, then use Formless Blade to empower your attacks and deal tons of damage. Combined with ally heals and shields, you'll slice through the enemy like a whip sword through butter.
Joyous!
With skill, grace, and a water-bending whip sword, the Joy Unbound will slay with a smile. Continue the epic of Nilah at the links below.
And how strong are you?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege, I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the Draconic Shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a Draconic Shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are Draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know. Fire and dragons. Such a cliché. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn. They channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands. taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that?
Inside, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you fine, now serve it. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. Tell me what's this feeling? Tell me why I lost my self-control. Why is my heart still beating? For you, for you, for you. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the hell when you leave me hurting. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS here for summer. We are at the penultimate week, and we are fast flying into what is going to be a pretty hectic playoffs once again. My name is Derek. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu. And a quick reminder here at the PCS, sponsored by CDBC Bank. And before the match starts, thanks to Riot Games, Carry Live, and Karina for the league operation and the full production. Now, Mr. Chu, you and I were here together on Friday. It is a double week for us, and that's all the better because I think you and I had one of the most fun casts on the Friday with I don't know what you want to call it as, but it was a banger day.
Yeah, we had a lot of upsets. We had a lot of people trying out new compositions. But, you know, I think it's pretty surprising. The trials are still here because today, out of our 9 teams playing, 3 of them are smashing the panic button and still going for roster changes. We'll find out if it works.
Oh my god, I mean, there's so much to talk about, right? Especially within the first series. And as we get closer towards it, like, just highlighting on what we saw on Friday, as you said, so many different crazy compositions, so many throws, you know, up into the ceiling. And this is what happened yesterday before we go any further, though. And Clement, I think you and I were talking about it when we saw Frank last time. That's the biggest game of yesterday for me, because Frank Esports showed quite a lot when they went up against, it was CDBC Flying Oyster, and had a close call.
Yeah, and I've been saying this from the start of this split, but I do think that Frank Esports are on the cusp of just taking over Megabank Beyond Gaming's lunch money and their position in the playoffs. And it finally happened yesterday, where we did see Frank come out to another very, very strong finish with their team composition. And I think right now, Frank Esports are one game ahead of Mega Beyond Gaming, going very strong into the playoffs.
And, I mean, they're getting up to J-Team, right? I know J-Team haven't played over this week, as you might wonder, like, hang on, how come J-Team is still on 8-4? Due to COVID situation, they are delayed until next week, where they'll have to be playing their games twice a day by the looks of it as well. So it's going to be a pretty full-on schedule. We'll have to see if they're able to catch up to the likes of Deep Cross Gaming, CDBC, and PSG Talent as well, who are right now sitting so comfortably, Clement, in our newly created bubble at the top of the standings.
Yeah, and to just break this down for everyone, right now there's 6 teams already guaranteed into playoffs. Everyone from Megabank Beyond Gaming and upwards has already guaranteed. They punched their tickets into the postseason. It's just about the bottom 4 team. 2 of them are going to come out. Another big thing to note today is between DCG and CTBC. They're currently 4 wins ahead of Frank Esports. So if they win today and Frank Esports loses, that means they're out of range for Frank Esports. That means they guarantee themselves into the top 4, which is hugely important in our playoff format, because you get to start not only in the upper bracket, but you also get to skip you don't get to skip, but you also get side selection in the first round of the upper bracket.
Well, that's right. And even like you're mentioning Frank, guaranteed in the top 4, it's very likely that you get to 12 as well. You have a good chance of getting into the top 2. I feel like at the moment with J-Team coming back and having all those matches, there's a chance that they don't catch up. And then those top 3 teams look pretty comfortable. But Clement, speaking of comfortability, I think that's going to be thrown out the window, because we have 2 absolutely massive games today, with 2 other games that are really important for these teams still trying to vie for playoffs. Biggest one there, sir. I don't know. I'm going to say PSG Talent and Frank Esports, just purely because PSG, we know, it's a slower team. Frank Esports are literally like IG Young all over again.
Yeah, they do play really fast, and this is why we laid everything out this way, because every single game today has playoff implications. Sen9 can still make it in. They're still trying to get over the 4-win mark right there. If PSG, if they beat Frank Esports, then it means a lot of reassurance for CFO and Deep Cross Gaming. But if they lose here, that means that Frank Esports can still close the gap between the J-Team universe. And then you also have CFO and Deep Cross Gaming. The bad thing for these 2 teams is that one of them has to lose. One of them still has to go to bed feeling worried that Frank Esports is on their tails.
One of those win streaks going to be stopping today as well. CDBC Flying Oyster, 7 win streak. And you look at Deep Cross Gaming, 5 win streak as well, since coming up a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, one of that story's got to end. And right now, looking like 2 of our strongest teams. But that's on later up to finish off your week, of course. We do start, Clement, with a more subtle but still important matchup. When we talked about 4 spots being open, Meta Falcon Team and Sem9 are both vying for that 7th and 8th position, realistically, right? And even though there's quite a couple of games between Sem9 and Meta Falcon Team, it feels like Sem9 have shown some kind of improvement this split. And even though they are changing rosters today, this team has thrown a spanner into the works of 2, as we saw on Friday most recently.
I really like the way that you put it. Basically, this roster change is the coach benching himself. Ashing is now going back to the sideline. He's going back to the water cooler. And Shietudu is going to go down to the 80 carry position, while mid lane will be filled by Lazar. So we are going to a more standard setup for this team. I just basically call it just do it composition, where you put Shietudu on a hyper carry and see if he can go for you.
The Shia LaBeouf effect, right? On the other side, Meta Falcon Team. Speaking of roster changes, you and I were talking about this in rehearsal. 1 is back in. Yeah. And you weren't a big fan of this, Clement, considering that Hong 2 has actually been one of the most successful members of MFT.
Yeah, we saw Hong 2 actually fill in with a lot more of those carry stats. His damage numbers were far better. I think it alleviated a lot of the problems on the team. And his laning phase was also better compared to when Wen was more of a utility player. You know, this is someone who's been tied very closely with 665, and they try to move across the map and do counter jungle. This is what originally they were known for. However, due to the relative laning strength in the PCS, I don't think Wen actually was able to fill that role. We'll see now with his return on the roster if it's going to work out.
As we look at Sem9 yet again, we already talked about their roster swaps here. No Ashin means that maybe draft's going to be a little bit more standard, Clement, because the coach of Sem9 has played 3 roles. Ashin's played support at the start of the split, played mid in one game, jumped back to support, jumped to AD. I'm just kind of glad that what we see here looks like everyone's going to be playing their roles for once. How about that? And maybe we get normal drafts, Clement, because last time it was a bit of a nightmare seeing triple AD carry. Absolutely no way to set up themselves for success.
Yeah, I think they dropped the triple AD carry and they went back to just one AD carry actually going into the bot lane. I for one would say that's an improvement. So I feel like yesterday's draft was a very good indication about how Sem9 is going to play this one. I feel like they are going to go for hyper carry. There's a lot of options right now in the meta. Senna, Jinx, and also, of course, Zeri. A lot of them tend to be open in the draft. So you don't have to play for super, very aggressive lanes. You can actually play for hyper carry. And yesterday, they ran a Lulu Aphelios combo.
Man, I mean, look, standard's good. At the very least, if we look at jungles, I just want to take a step back and talk a little bit about 665 and Arashi coming through. Also, strong members for their roster as well, Clement, right? I think earlier in the split or even in spring, like Arashi had some really impactful Sin games. 665 is someone who, still even picking up, has been someone to watch here. Is jumping to pick momentarily. A quick touch up here is that at the moment, you know, we're looking for playoff spots. MFT in 7-9, Clement is sure they stay themselves up.
And obviously, Sem9 can still climb a much higher into the standings. They're not out of catching up distance with MFT just yet, though, you know, that's obviously quite improbable. So, you know, going to this draft, I think Sem9 are going to change up their style quite a bit. Last time we saw them with the Aphelios composition. And I do think that what they're going to try and do is actually just give Shidu more of a late game strategy to play around. I know typically when Lazar is on board, they go for these super early aggressive compositions, but just looking at the draft yesterday, I think they're going to go in a different direction. I think that MFT is one of those teams that will allow them to scale up and not pressure them too hard in the early game.
Yeah, as we said, you know, like for MFT, we've kind of looked at this team not as the strongest early game team, but I feel like how they work together as a unit, as they've all kind of come up together as well. Now, just talking quickly about the bans, that Poppy's gone away. That's a priority. We see the Wukong come through as a first pick, but Clement, you know, we've been in 12.13 now this week in PCS. Things like Talia are really big. The Yuumi, Aphelios / Zeri bottom lane, depending what's available too, is a good takeaway.
There are so many good combinations with Yuumi right now. She's pretty much risen to the must-pick or must-ban territory within the first 2 rotations right here. The Zeri Yuumi, the Wukong Yuumi, and the Sivir Yuumi, all incredibly popular. I like this from Sem9. This gives them a little bit of flexibility. I think it's really hard to lose a lane right now with Sivir just because of how much wave clear potential she has. And she also serves as a great late game carry. So, you know, Sem9 going off to, honestly, something that we pretty much expect. Oh, but this is interesting. This is one of those old school counters right here. The Lucian Nami could be available.
Okay, so Lucian Nami for Whale and Issue hasn't been played yet. That's the only thing. So this is a bottom lane that's coming in fresh for them. But yeah, as you said, this has been something that we really haven't seen too much anymore. But looking at focusing on the bottom lane for Meta Falcon team might be trying to pace the game up when we said that, you know, Sem9 might also get time to play and scale into this game, Clement. I guess that's not the case.
I have to say I was completely wrong on my predictions on where this draft was going to go. Both sides are just buckling down and killing each other, likely in the mid game. Lazar still going to go with his tempo picks. This is, you know, I feel very ambivalent about this because it's true Lazar usually picks these tempo champions, but he hasn't been necessarily great on it. Certainly not to the point where he's been able to dominate lane with. However, against Wen, who is also not someone who is particularly strong in lane, we could see that sort of shift up. And 7-9 very cleverly already banning away the Lissandra, pretty much the best counter to the Ahri right now. I wonder if they're going to take away something like the Swain, because I feel like the Swain is kind of a great counter to what 7-9 are going to try and do.
That's a good point. Sejuani's the first ban, though, so at least for Taco, not getting that tank top laner that we all know. But Taco's someone who's been willing to pick out the Jacks, the Gnar, the Gwens, even the Mordekaisers a couple of times as well. So I feel like right now he's not too worried about what they ban against No Name, considering he has so many options available. Clement, two mid laners banned on the side of 7-9. You already talked about Swain, but I guess they're just going to be willing to let it through.
Yeah, I think Sylas is a bit of a slower pick. Sure, it has greater potential when it's snowballed, but I would say Swain is definitely more of a threat since all of your carries so far are so short range. If Swain just pops that demonic essence, he's going to hit ascension, he's going to hit everyone, and he's going to be basically healing up throughout the entire time. Oh, okay, well, they're doubling down on this. Short range melee, but fast and brutal.
Yeah, okay. So Assassin as well with Yuumi. I mean, Talon and Yuumi were kind of like that season 10, or was it season 9, Clement? I can't remember. When Talon came in for that brief window, Yuumi paired up with him, and it is just a stupid combo to watch.
I gotta say, this really gives our PCS viewers PTSD everywhere, because this is the exact combo where we saw PSG just drop out of Worlds on. So, oh boy, I gotta mentally prepare myself. This is not Worlds. We're rooting for 7-9 here.
Okay. I don't want you getting PTSD before we start, especially since Meta Falcon team on the other side. Like, you look at what this melee comp's going to play against. We're getting a little bit more close range added to the mix, it seems, with Taco locking in the Gwen that just ults and one-shots, Clement. We really don't have that much range at all so far in this game.
I'm not a huge fan of the Talia, to be honest. We have seen the Talia actually have a pretty decent laning phase versus the Ahri pre-6.
What? Dude, it doesn't matter that Shin's not here. He's like, hey guys, trust me. Trust me. Play Singe top. It'll be fine. And I know you're not a fan of the Talia, Clement. We can come back to that.
Okay.
But Singe versus Gwen. Good luck telling me about that matchup.
I actually like it for the Singe. I mean, sure, he's not going to win lane, but he can always walk away. What's not to like about that?
He doesn't have to be in the lane, just proxy. I guess is always an option.
So, I actually really like the Singe pick. I think it gives them a lot of durability. It's a lane that can split push, and a lot of times split push even when he's losing the one-on-one.
Okay.
And, I think if you can split members from the opposing team, then this sort of high mobility tempo composition on the other side of the map can work out just fine. So last pick, I love this from No Name. He is known to be a bruiser player. Stuff like the Darius, the Singe here definitely feels right at home for him.
True. It's like, you left Darius open this time, but I'm going to take a right swing anyway. I was going to ask you a little bit about how the comps scale out a bit, Clement, because, we have Gwen on Summoner's Rift. We have a Sivir on the other side with Yuumi. And, Singed as well in late game becomes like a bit of a nuisance. Pretty good wave clear depending on the build. And also someone that, alongside with his talent, has insane mobility.
So, after the last two picks, I actually am shifting over towards being more of a 7-9 believer in this one. I know the stats don't indicate it, but Talia for me in this composition is way too dangerous. I feel like the Swain would have been safer in terms of the assassination potential coming in from the Talon. And also just the Ahri in the later phases of the game as well. I feel like this MFT draft is very much dependent on bot lane snowball to kind of carry through here. I don't see the Gwen as being as powerful as they might have hope here, because I actually feel like 7-9 have a lot of mobility to run away from the Gwen.
That's true. Not having to run in or run in, run out. It's going to be fun watching how they play this mobility, as you're talking about. No Name with Ghost and TP, Unsealed Spellbook, and rocking the Californian Singe. So feels good to see 7-9 top laner once again pulling out a unique pick, Clement. When we talk about the stakes for this game, 1-13 versus 4-9, people are like, 7-9 should be out, but 7-9's still hanging on by a thread, and because Meta Falcon team are sitting just barely at 8, there is still a chance that 7-9 make the miracle run however near impossible to challenge Meta Falcon team and keep them down and try and get in playoffs for the first time this year.
Hey, let's go. So Singe is spotted out here, but he doesn't decide to actually try and proxy, just clearing out the top side, making sure they know where the jungler is. But on the meantime, we also see an invade coming in from MFT. So this is still going to be a big win for MFT. Sure, they get spotted out top, but hey, it doesn't matter because we're just going to take over your bottom side jungle.
Well, I mean, vertical jungling on the Lucian Nami lane and getting the attention down there in the 2v2. For 7-9, good luck to Share Dudu and Caspiel as Arashi sees it and then starts heading towards his top path. And notice as well, at least No Name Clement dropped a couple of wards in the enemy blue side jungle, so Arashi has the option to counter jungle and hit that vertical side as well if you want.
Yeah, but we have to remember the vertical side for MFT is much better because that one is actually a kill lane. There's crowd control, there is wave shove. While on the top side, I just don't see this Gwen dying. Like, this Singe is not going to kill Gwen here, even with the chance for a Talon tower dive. So if I'm looking at this, I feel like the MFT side played the level 1 much, much smarter. They know that, okay, so Singe is just going to do this. As a jungler, how do you help the Singe? The answer is you're not really going to help this.
Oh, execute. Yep. Don't want to give the kill over. He's got TP. Arashi. Oh my god, don't die to Krugs, please. Look, please, Arashi. He's going back for it. However, Krugs still hitting him, and we're just watching with beta press. Send out the rake.
Yes, mate.
Yeah. Okay, he's okay. He times it well, and of course it hits level 3, but we're looking sketchy on both sides, Clement.
Definitely did, and that was just because Arashi took a lot of damage early on level 1 when he was trying to get his blue buff. He then had to deal with the Raptors first, which used both of his pots, and he's incredibly unhealthy at this point. So, again, I still think that this is really difficult for a Talon. Talons typically don't like to take this side of the map anyway. This is all single targets. Your rake doesn't really help you that much on this side of the map. So I do think MFT will be able to secure quite a big lead in the bottom side. And then the question will be, can they use that to then snowball into the Herald or snowball the Drakes earlier on?
So far, not that much of a CS lead, but I'm more concerned about what top loses rather than the gain of Meta Falcon team Lucian. Nami as well runs in aggressively. Plate getting close down here, by the way, just to check in. But yeah, as I was saying, I mean, there's full vision now here for 7-9. Excuse me, for Meta Falcon team on Arashi, who is slowly whittling away the jungle camp. And because of that, Meta Falcon team have good tracking on where he is. While you can already see the gold might not be in the lead, but bottom side is still working their magic. And, No Name's back to doing what he was doing before.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I think No Name is going to be absolutely critical in this game. Like, he has so many ways he can impact the map, the split push going through, and also just the fact that he can go in. He does have the opportunity to swap over to something like a flash and just pull when out of position. You can't really cleanse out of disposition like that one. Ooh.
Nice trade. Yeah, Shadudu getting low. Whale the same, though. Clement, remember you and I did talk about like level 3 Lucian Nami, what happens? You burn the trade and it might give an opportunity for 665 to come in. I mean, Shadudu and Caspiel as the Yuumi walks towards, Lazar's now moving down as well, but 665 simply adding pressure as the bottom lane will back away. So nice stuff there set up from Wild.
Yeah, I have to say overall, Shadudu and Caspiel actually played this quite nicely. They kept their HP levels high. We didn't see a dive potential coming in from 665, and honestly, they're not even that far behind in terms of the farm. So well done to the 7-9 bot lane.
Hang on, good charm. Cleanse comes out, flash here from Win, and Arashi not needing to burn his, so finally on the map is this Talon.
Yeah, and this is where the matchup starts to flip. We have said before that, sometimes Talia can actually get ahead of the pre-6 Ahri. Afterwards, though, this is where it gets dangerous. I don't feel like this Talia is going to get much of a chance to roam. Arashi has tons of kill threat on her. Talia is not a champion that deals really well with these champions that can just rush at her face. And we also have to, kind of remind everyone that this is the patch where we see all of those assassin items get extra movement speed. So very easy for you to just follow up on a Talia, regardless of that rock surf or not.
Mr. Chu, do you know if you can hop over the Weaver's wall for its good smite away? Do you
I'm
know
pretty
if you
sure
can
you
hop
can.
over the... yeah, it counts as like a wall, right? At the very least, I'm sure we'll see the interaction. So it's nice to look at something that kind of has that interaction in the game. As we look back and Dragons being taken by Meta Falcon team, as you'd expect, Mr. Chu, with bot side being so prioritized.
Yeah, just coming off of the vertical jungle. I believe they do have a plate here as well, and this is a strong item buy for them. Noon Quiver, of course, more for the wave shove potential, but Serrated Dirk, you definitely would use that to hit champions. So I would say MFT still very, very strong on this bottom side, as we see Richie take a...
Just walk into him. I mean, look at this, with Prescient, Zac. Oh, it hurts. Aqua Prison so close. And Whale almost hitting level 6 here. I believe they just turned over, but should be in a couple of waves where that kill threat continues to excel. 15 CS lead as Shiadudu just has to use the Boomerang Blade to even get near the rest of the minions.
Yeah, and we have to look at the way Shiadudu is playing this. He's always holding on to his spell shield for the Aqua Prison. That one is the deadliest one there is. Everything else, the Lucian can actually pop the spell shield rather easily. Of course, on 12.13, Sivir is going to get a bit of HP back, but you really want the crowd control to go through. So we see Shiadudu playing the trades very cautiously. He's always holding on to his E until the last moment, until he sees the Aqua Prison.
Hang on, meanwhile, Arashi's a bit of trouble. Smite gets him 6 as well. Flash over the wall, and Arashi will get it with the help of Gromp, but does Meta Falcon team still have another Cyclone? The movement speed used to get near the bottom lane, going all in. This is overly ambitious as the ulti from Arashi sets up for first blood. 665 without the ulti, that was just so silly. As Issue now under turret takes the shot, almost dies. Caspiel running after it. As Whale and One now escaping, but the ultimate comes through. And Issue with added damage too. One and Whale looking for the chases. That seismic shove so close, but in the end ends up being a 1-for-1 trade of junglers.
Yeah, MFT definitely a little bit over-aggressive after the great trade onto Arashi there. So we're going to watch this again. Arashi gets caught with his pants down. You know, he's trying to double camp this one. Trying to pull the SOFM. 665 gets the ultimate off here. And he still has a Cyclone charge to get closer. But this was definitely going in a little bit too fast. He gets caught out by the Foxfire. Really unlucky right there. And this is a great bubble here on the other side. Arashi actually tried to wall hop that and got stopped by the Aqua Prison. That was a 200 IQ Aqua Prison from Issue. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but wow.
Yeah, let's say it was, dude. Let's give him the credit for it. We come back and, you know, for Meta Falcon team, excuse me, before, it was actually a 1-for-1. It was right on the money. But look at where the kills went, Clement. Yeah, Arashi picked up one, but you see that Whale got the return. Noon Quiver, Serrated Dirk, this Lucian Nami lane set up more than ever for success, and Meta Falcon team start up this Herald. You can already see that it's not going to be a trade-off for Stem 9 with nothing else really to take apart from these camps.
You know, like this move from MFT, you know, they come out of that fight with a win. They go directly towards the top side. And this is the interesting thing about the Singe is, yes, he's very good at just going into your lane, but he's not actually that great at contesting these early skirmishes as bot lane.
Whale's by himself, gets out with a cleanse, but that Shadow Assault helps it out as over the wall. No, Arashi going to be poked down and it's way too late. Again, Issue carrying these fights, it seems. Poke from one, almost insane enough to get the kill. Shiadudu survives, but Meta Falcon team are bridging this goal ahead.
Yeah, Sem9, I don't think they factored in how fast Wen could actually be in the fight right there. So they try to go for a 4-man dive in response.
Nami solo kill? I don't know. I don't know, Issue. I don't know about that one.
Ooh.
Okay, I respect the courage. Indeed.
We'll watch this one again. This is going to be a 4-man, but they thought it was a 4v2. Wen actually arrives on the scene rather quickly, is able to cut off the room from Lazar, force him to use extra dashes here, and even gets caught by the Aqua Prison. So overall, that was a great trade for MFT. They get the Herald, they nearly take the mid lane tower, and they equalize the kill spot too.
Well,
not after Issue.
Yeah. I know. We're cutting that one out because Issue it did tip the balance a little bit back, but as we come back to live, with that first turret already taken down in the mid lane, 2 plates available bot. We do come back after Herald has been used, by the way, so that's why MFT right now is sitting at a 2k gold lead at 11 minutes in the game with their first dragon, with the second one coming up as well. And honestly, with Divine Thunder versus Youmuu's Ghostblade, with Sem9 looking for a lot before this neutral is now starting to be taken.
Yeah, I feel like MFT have found themselves a great lead
Flip
right
him.
here. No name. Let's see
Flip
if we
him.
can get something over Taco.
Gwen's ulti, not fun to verse. Well, No Name survives the majority of the damage, but that's Ghost, and that's ulti burnt from the top lane Singed, as Meta Falcon team, Clement, are going to draw that Singed into a dragon fight in 2 objectives time. I think that might be an issue.
He's definitely not going to be tanky enough at that point. If you look at how far Lucian is ahead, ooh, this is rough, but we do have the Yuumi Talon combination here. Maybe they can catch Wen out. I will say, though, Wen very cleverly already has the stopwatch ready. That was a very early purchase. He didn't go for mythic item first.
665 just waiting for it. Yeah, look, you know, intelligent or not, Clement, I just come back to, well, with that small win in the jungle and bot lane about to get the turret as well. Just look at what's happening topside. You know, Arashi and Caspiel moving together. Plates are still available, but Singe doesn't really clobber these down.
No, he does not. He's very slow against the towers here. This is a problem with Singe, I think, in competitive. Yes, he can dirty farm, but he's not really a threat against your tower.
Here we go, though. Hang on, Talon's coming to the mix, but 665 starts bidding for the Cyclone. 2-man Cyclone as he's got no one to help him. The flip, the poison. No Name wants to kill, the flash failed, and the poison kills him anyway. Oh, dear Lord. 665, that wasn't great.
No, that was that was rather tragic, and well, it's always a danger giving Talon kills, because if Talon gets fed enough, then he can realistically just go into your backline and snipe out someone like the Lucian, snipe out someone like the Talon. Sure, the durability patch is there, but you still have to be very aware of the kill threat here coming in from the Talon. And we do have to remember that this Talon is actually a little bit more accelerated as well, because he is running that first strike, so he should have a bit more of that extra gold he got from the kills here.
Yeah, well and truly onto the way to that second lethality item. Youmuu's already picked up, as I said before, and with the Yuumi, movement speed now his best friend, but even though we're complimenting Sem9 into how they executed that play, Meta Falcon team are the real winners. Mid, bot, full plating, 1,600 gold. 50 CS lead for Whale versus Sheardudu. Clement, that is going to be a completed second item, most likely before Sheardudu has any other component heading into his.
Absolutely here, and you know, well, could just go for the collector, try to snowball this a little bit more.
True.
And I feel like for Sem9, they still need a couple of more kills onto Arashi. That's the most important part here. I feel like Sheardudu at this point, you can tell that he almost never sees his support. His support is basically an estranged member of the family. And here we go.
As that could be the setup, the flash from Lazar, but it doesn't connect as the tidal wave comes through. Sem9 execution, a bit whack with Sheardudu coming in, and they finally get it. However, with 665 willing to go in, he's got to worry about No Name, who has the fling available, sends the monkey backwards, and as he goes golden, that insanity potion is still ticking. The movement speed, he gets out. Thank Caspiel for that one, as the seismic shove makes the trade, but somehow it begins with Sem9, and it also ends with them too.
Sem9 actually getting the better side of the trade there. Lucian goes down. Oh, when?
But now Wen's in the middle. Oh, he burst him though. Lazar, can he turn it around? He has charm in a second, but instant cleanse away as the threaded volley, the flash over. 1-1v2s, and Meta Falcon team bring it right back in.
Oh boy, Wen is trying to prove that he deserves to be in the starting roster here, going in and saving the situation. That was a clear Sem9 win. After that, they get the flash from Whale, they kill the most fed member on the team, but then in the back swing, Wen able to get the 1v2 there. Absolutely critical play. I did not expect the amount of burst damage going onto the Talon. We'll watch this again. So it doesn't actually work out at the start for MFD, but I think here we see a critical mistake by Whale. He actually you know, goes in trying to chase Lazar. Definitely not good for his health. He goes down here, and afterwards, No Name is able to close on 665. But this is where the things start getting a little bit messy right here. We see Shedudu actually use his spell shield a little bit too early. Wasn't blocking the Aqua Prison or the Seismic Shove. Just kind of walked in with the spell shield there. So he goes down afterwards when already with 1 kill coming in this one. And this was a dicey moment. This is definitely a little bit dicey.
Meanwhile, they come back, and speaking of dicey, Whale in the thick of it again. But this time his challenge worked out with Castiel now remounting. Onto No Name, who's taking the needlework, and Taco does so much damage with the 3rd portion already. This Meta Falcon team, the kill score might be close, Clement, but 6,000 now is how they're taking over 7-9. Oh my God.
Arashi's still not at that point. When?
Oh, so close. So close to Shedudu dying. And yeah, you know what, Clement? A lot of people aren't at that point, as you were going to say.
I think that at this point, once Whale can start surviving that burst damage from Arashi, I feel like Arashi, hasn't snowballed all that much after after the power spike coming in from Wen. It gets a lot harder because he's going in as a 2-man. If you look at the rest of the squad, there really isn't that much dive potential from everyone else. So we'll watch that again, how that started out. When we came back into the replay, it was looking like Whale going onto the enemy, and then Lazar just got straight up hard punished by that engage. He misses the charm. Whale able to pick him up quite easily, and then we see another great play coming in from Issue. Aqua Prison being on point throughout this entire game.
Apart from his one moment where he decided to face check into, people backing up the 3 members of Spotted Bot, everything else has been pristine outside of that, Clement. Even the Weaver's Wall now are getting one into range. Lazar stunned up, and you think the Ari's going to be fine, but once again, ulti pop almost dies in the process. Better mid laner right now, Clement. I think one has moved so much more than we were expecting.
Absolutely here. 4-0-1, and just the Tempest burst is kind of surprising on this Taliyah. Of course, Taliyah has very, very high ratios, but you typically need to land a couple of those pebbles to actually for the damage to go through. Not this Taliyah. This Taliyah is so fed at this point that just the initial salvos can burst someone down to around half HP and force people to go out. So, 7-9 have a lot of difficulty in closing out these team fights. I think they need to kite around. They need to dodge Wen's abilities, and then they also need to take him down first, which is, at this point, it looks a little too hard to do. I feel like 7-9 need to go into these silence and start trying to make picks rather than running into the full squad of MFT.
True, because each time the engage is picked, kind of by 669 by 1, finding a pick off the back end, or even Whale setting it up. He's so confident going forward. And as Herald gets placed up in this top side, look at the waves that are starting to crash on in. Inner turret threatened by Whale himself. Inner turret broken in the top side through this Herald. And even Bot is going to be shoving towards the inhibitor turret, where members of 7-9 are going to have to split up and react.
Absolutely, and we do have a fairly early Mountain Soul coming up. This is probably the worst soul that could go over to MFT if you're looking at it from the vantage point of 7-9. This is the anti-burst soul, and you are trying to play to burst backlines. You have to kill the Lucian, you have to kill the Taliyah. So I feel like 7-9 need to have some great plays here. They need more picks on Arashi.
Caught out, Tidal Wave comes through, but Whale with the culling as well, doing so much damage, still willing to go in, but No Name sprinting at him, a fling, a Weaver's Wall. Whale flashes out with the boomerang play, getting him on the cusp, but as Taco rolls in, remember, Gwen's ult, he just needs to wait a second. Needlework part 2, as Taco needs to step up for the next portion, but No Name plays zone control. So teleport burn there, Clement, and it wasn't even Dragon time yet with Issue dying.
That was a great find for 7-9. They get the flash from Whale, they get the TP and the summoner from Taco, and they still can't pull the same ultimate combo when it comes into the Mountain Soul next time. So that's exactly what they needed to do. I love that they caught Issue on vision and just went in for the play right there. So 7-9 definitely not backing down just yet, and they have a great opportunity in this next fight to just catch Whale out again.
It's so easy so far, right? Like, Whale steps up. He kind of asked for it at times, Clement, but issue on the ward there as well. For Sem9 gives them such a great opportunity. A minute till we get to this dragon that you were talking about before, and even though that pick was good and got some gold back in their pocket, they're still down 6,000 gold. And Clement, I wanted to ask you, as maybe I don't have time because MFT tried to set up a cheeky little Baron. Maybe I'm okay. I was going to ask you a little bit about item differences here and how much it'll play in the upcoming fight, because we do now have 5 mythics for both teams. Second item for everyone pretty much as well.
Yeah, I would say that MFT definitely in the lead here, just in the item department. If they land any crowd control, Gwen just fires off and someone's dead on the side of Sem9. So right now it's rather easy for MFT to actually play this one. It's just don't.
Look at him.
Just
Gwen.
don't split.
Yeah, Charm and Sem9 are split up. In fact, as No Name tries to come in off an angle, but the Meta Falcon team, what was burnt was the cleanse only. Whale didn't have the flash before that. As there is going to be a slight HP advantage. We'll see if Yuumi can heal it up as Dragon spawns in 3 seconds, and Sem9 need this for the game's longevity.
Yeah, I think at the very least, Arashi needs to find an angle for a steal. I don't think they can take the straight 5v5, so this should be just get a steal and try to burn.
The wall ambition from one, maybe not, maybe it's perfect because they got nowhere to go. One is their death. And when a Sem9 going to be able to find anything as Arashi jumps in for the smite steal? No, he comes in early. Denied in this game, denied in spring, and it looks like denied in summer is going to be the story of our bottom place thing.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Wen. The cutoff, and instantly everyone just rushes in. They know they have the slow coming in from Nami. You have the Cyclone knocking everyone up. And look at Chedudu. He doesn't even get a chance to flash before MFT just take his life. So that was a beautiful team fight where basically Arashi and Chedudu weren't able to get anything off just before falling down. MFT, they get the Mountain Soul plus the Baron. This is looking like MFT about to take themselves outside of range.
It would be so good for them. Remember at the moment that for the PCS, 7 is magic number, but each couple of games will continue changing. Now, as we look at this, Clement, this is such an ambitious Weaver's Wall, and he doesn't get punished.
It was so good, and look at the positioning there from the top side. He gets the double knockback on the Weaver's Wall into the seismic shove onto Sivir. That couldn't be more perfect if you scripted it.
And the damage coming through from Taka while they're sitting on top, you can see the difference. Meta Falcon team, the gold has gone beyond 10,000. They got a Mountain Soul, and because it's only 24 minutes in the game, I feel for No Name, who so far hasn't really been talked about, but even as the Singe in the side lane, he's going to have such a hard game ahead of him, Clement, as with that Dragon Soul, Meta Falcon team confident enough to continue this push in the side lane, in mid, and Sem9 just gets back out of their own jungle yet again.
Yeah, I was really curious about how the Singe was going to work. I was optimistic that he could just kite back, but MFT deals so much damage right now that I feel like the burst is just going to kill him. So, I'm trying to think of a way that Sem9 can get back into this one, and it would happen when Gwen is out.
Oh shit, dude. No more Sivir, I think. The spell shields haven't been on point, and the tidal wave definitely have from issue. Yet again, as Whale brings out the culling to kill that assassin jungle. Whale cleans it up as Gwen over the wall. Doesn't matter that he gets charmed. An instant cleanse, and Sem9 are being skill gapped. Clement, it might be really hard to say this, but it feels like that has been the story. In spring, in summer, Sem9 are struggling to make impact, and change around your roster as much as you like. Feels like there's going to be a lot more development needed here. For our bottom tier team, that's going to end 1-14 at the end of our penultimate week.
And that's a huge sigh of relief coming into the Meta Falcon team, because they advance to 5 wins, which takes them out of range of Sem9. They have one less team to worry about for taking over the playoff spot. Of course, you still have a Jewish team behind them that could catch up there. So, they're not completely out of danger, but they have one less opponent to worry about.
That's right. And look, with the way things are going, right, as you said at the start of the 4 games left for our teams. Outside of J team, of course, they've got some catching up to do.
Yep.
And Jewish team can only reach 6. Meta Falcon team, all they need to do is win yet another, and then they have the chance of tying up, and then we look towards whether the Jewish team take another loss. It's pretty simple math at the moment. And I have to say, Clement, we can look at the positives first, and what I was about to let on is the fact that that vertical jungling at the start felt like it did so much, considering the Lucian Nami lane was set up for success and partook in the 10 plates that we got out of them in the first 12 minutes.
Yeah, the issues here really were I think there was two main plays earlier on. The vertical jungle, like you said, absolute genius from MFT. And then the second play was when we saw the Herald trade going down. MFT were able to take Herald. They were able to get a huge chunk in the top lane. And on the flip side, Sem9 actually botched their 4v2 play right there. They actually traded back the kills, which meant a huge loss of tempo. And then they lost mid during all of that. So I just feel like this was definitely a playable draft from Sem9. I think if they held on a little bit closer to the early game, they could have played this one out. It was definitely a good idea. We saw in the mid game where they chased up onto, honestly, not the greatest game coming in from Whale. He gave over a couple kills. There were some opportunities there, but boy, oh boy, did Wen put an end to that.
Oh yeah, Wen had a great game on the again. That Weaver's Wall in front of Dragon Clan was a 4-man Weaver's Wall. It was perfect. It was ambitious. It was aggressive. You love to see it from some of the best players, and seeing it from Wen here when he's just come back in after Hong 2 had been playing the past couple of weeks. Wen's welcome back with open arms at this point, because I think that's a very good refresher for him, Clement, when, I don't know, it wasn't about the laning phase, but his mid-game was insane.
Absolutely. Just getting that 3-kill piece right in front of the second Herald, I think that just swung the game completely wide open. Afterwards, we did see Sem9 with one good pick onto Issue and Whale again, but it was just a little bit too hard to execute. We saw that MFT never really gave them a chance. They didn't split up. And on the flip side, I just feel like the Singe seemed a little bit too slow. Wasn't able to threaten the tower by himself. He clears waves really fast. He's hard to catch. But the rest of the 4-man team needed a lot of help with these Weaver walls and just one-shot combos coming in from Whale.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in from Wen, sorry.
Oh, I mean, no, but at the end it was Whale too, but Wen does deserve the MVP. We talked him up so much in this game. I feel like really not enough in the grand scheme of things, because Wen came out as quite achiever out of the lane, Clement, and then took over. And even though it's against Sem9, like, this is a really good sign for Meta Falcon team, who we were saying we're struggling quite a bit. I think I can't remember what game it was, Clement. It was maybe it was the Impunity win, where I was a little bit sus as what was going on. Meta Falcon team, when they're up against some of these better teams like CFO, Beyond Gaming, DCG, get absolutely smashed. But here today, the shot calling was smooth, I'll say.
Yeah.
Whale and Issue have their own issues, no pun intended, but the shot calling was a lot smoother than I think we've seen out of most Meta Falcon team games.
Absolutely. If Meta Falcon team get out of their lanes okay, they actually look like a pretty decent team. They run around the map together, they make plays. It's just the laning phase that they need to get past.
Well, are they going to Worlds? I don't think so. However, I don't know, Clement. Maybe I'm going to add some more hope for Meta Falcon team, but at the very least, a win against Sem9 is a good win for them. However, will we be saying the same for Frank Esports as they go up against PSG next? I don't know, but that one is going to be a barn burner after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, but I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time.
Chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it.
Risking all, so tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin, so tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong or right. giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you. I feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you. I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. I feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
All that you love is a feast for the lions. Tell me feeling like hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's a fairy tale in disguise. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn tide. It's big enough. We'll find a time, we're still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer.
Now we move on to absolute bangers here in the PCS, but I should say that and always because the last couple of days have been pretty good. As myself, Asterix, joined by Clement, I'm going to take you through the PCS that's sponsored by CDBC Bank. And thanks to Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the league operation and full production, Mr. Chu. You and I have got business to take care of, right? And cat's out of the bag. Frank Esports are one of the most entertaining teams to watch in the PCS right now. Partnered with PSG Talent, who are our MSI representatives. This should be a bit of a barn burner.
Absolutely, and we should think about setting the standards for these teams and kind of setting the stakes of what each are going for. For PSG, they're definitely eyeing top 2. They get to start in round 2 of the winner bracket if they get there. And on the other side, for Frank Esports, they are trying to keep close to DCG and CFO, making sure they still have a shot at top 4, which would grant them side selection and in the first round of the winner bracket.
That's important, right? I think especially for PSG, not even just like getting a top 2 position so you get that bye, so you get an extra start in the playoffs. but more so because pride's on the line when you are considered the best team and the most representingest team. I know that's not a word, but it still seems relevant. Like, this is the international team, and PSG this split, Clement, have barely fallen short. We can just mention that Beyond Gaming had their number in week number 1, which they got revenge for on Friday.
Yep.
And the other team apart from that was DCG, but also PSG beat DCG at the opening week. So I don't think PSG are infallible, but it is looking hard to beat this team in most circumstances.
I will say through the last playoff run for PSG, I don't think they would have been our top representative if they did not get that bye. Because if you think about their runs, they've actually dropped to the loser bracket both times in games that went all the way against Beyond Gaming and both against CFO. So for PSG, I'm definitely not going to feel confident. I'm definitely not resting on my laurels because I know in the past year that these wins have not come easily. Sure, from the outside, it might seem like PSG just automatically goes to Worlds or represents, but if you actually dig into the playoffs and the record there, it's a little less clear-cut.
And it'll get more clear-cut with, like, new teams rising to the occasion, like Frank Esports, right? You were saying it before, you feel like this team's kind of overcome Beyond Gaming, who last Worlds were the second representatives. You know, we got so many upgrades in teams like CDBC Flying Oyster, Deep Cross Gaming, and hell, even PSG Talon have changed their dynamic with Bury and Gory coming in for this split as well. And Clement, as we look at this PSG roster, as we look at Corgi, who's standing behind them as their coach too, I think the biggest takeaway from the new PSG right now is that Bury's still in development, still getting his groove on, one would say, but Gory's definitely found his place as home because of the games that we have seen with this mid laner carrying the damage share for PSG.
I will say Bury actually had a very surprising game this week on the Lee Sin. He started out with 3 kills, some great mechanics being showcased right there. So, you know, maybe it's just a thing of Bury having to play a certain role on PSG. But the bottom line is I want to see more Bury Lee Sin.
Okay. I mean, Clement, you know, you and I cast that game, and we did compliment him quite a lot. Let's just remember, though, the Poppy game I brought up, that was what gave me nightmares, you know, the shove through the turret because he missed the wall. Like, there were certain things there, and you're right, it might be a certain play style. And going up here against Hollow, I wonder if that's going to be challenged a little bit because for Frank Esports, we talked about the early game presence of this team and people like Pretender roaming around. Silas, the big pick. I mean, they've actually got mirrored picks between each other. So I'm kind of interested to watch this dynamic as well, partnered with those junglers we were mentioning.
So the fun thing about this matchup is, you know, throw out the damage numbers and stuff like that. Pretender actually won the lane last time, and Pretender himself has been on a bit of a tear. We just saw great Swain play yesterday, where he was able to 5-0 team fights, I think twice in a row or something. It's absolutely ridiculous. So I actually think Pretender versus Gory is a very interesting matchup because both of these players have that sort of killer instinct. And I would even give Pretender a small edge just in the laning phase. This is not something that we see in most matchups. I feel like, you know, despite the accolades and all the praise that we have heaped on Gory, this one's actually a lot closer in the mid lane than I think most people expect.
Gory is not seen as a strong laner, right? I always talk about him in LPL, FPX, bottom 3 mid laners in the spring split. Coming into PCS, he's gotten away with it a little bit, but even though it's improving, you're right, Pretender has come through in a big way in the past couple of games. As we go on to pick ban, Clement, in 12-13, what changes here for you, considering we've already started with a Fiora blue side ban against YSKM?
Yeah, PSG definitely have nightmares of the Jaxes and the Fioras coming in here. I feel like PSG's, the way they play, they just want to pick a blindside Nara and just be done with it. Like, I feel like that's their go-to style. YSKM, of course, not a big Gangplank player, so they're pretty happy with that trade in most instances. For Frank Esports, I would say that their current strategy is shifting a little bit more towards the early game. I actually feel like champions like, well, it's been banned away now, but the Sivir could be very strong for them. And we have seen things like the Talia, and of course Vex was buffed again. And then you also have some things like Swain. So Frank Esports, for me, they have been shifting a little bit faster. I think they're finding their identity. The way they actually win games is not what their draft actually suggests. They are not a 4-1 comp, despite whatever they draft. They're actually a lane dominant team. They're a trident team that tries to beat you early on.
that Jax is not for split pushing, Clement. It is for team fighting, right? Like,
yep.
You know, YSKM always joins in, and I think he's had some really impressive TP so far. Camille's another one too. But as we look through, PSG with the first pick towards mid, so Gory is going to be playing out this Talia, which is worth mentioning that Gory has not played this yet. So, you know, for Frank Esports, trying to pick something that, again, for Pretender, would dominate the lane and try and get himself ahead.
Super interesting. PSG has been one of our slowest teams coming into this split, but it looks like some things are changing here. I do want to see Bury go on something that can help with the instant burst. You know, I don't really want to see a Trundle. I feel like a Lee Sin would be really fun here. You get the burst down and then you just get a kill shot going in. On the other side for Frank Esports, Pretender with Ahri is absolutely deadly. And they're also going with this Aphelios, which is, you know, it's a bit more late game, and it's kind of, it's a little bit rare to see the Aphelios actually pick over the Zeri, given the chances when both are open.
Yeah, I mean, with the Zeri ban there, and I look at
something
like
banned, sorry.
No, but you're on the right track, right? Like, even with Zeri banned and maybe the Renata, things like Kalista would pop up here and there, but as you said, for Frank Esports, the draft doesn't always indicate what the game plan could be. As for PSG on the other side, right, we have a mobility mid paired with a center Tam. They're not interested in taking away something like the Yuumi from Frank Esports, which is now available.
Yeah, we haven't seen all that much Yuumi plus the Aphelios, so could be going into something else. Could just be going into we have seen like the stuff like just like the Nihilahs to come out, more standard engage picks. It would work well with what Frank Esports do have, which does look like some sort of a catch combo coming into here as well. We have seen the Camille on YSKM. I didn't think the Camille was going to be that strong, but he absolutely destroyed the Gnar coming in from, I believe it was Leaky's Gnar that he just kicked the lights out of. So this is definitely preparing for a potential Gnar pick coming in from the Gnar.
I just love that no other team is willing to put like these volatile picks up front row and center. That's why the Fiora gets banned against him. Like, on red side, 1 and 2 has often been a pick for YSKM. I'm surprised they waited this long with how the drafts have been. And Clement, while we look at bans that are starting to support more of this Camille, like the Poppy, I kind of wonder where Frank Esports go next with their first pick out of the second ban phase, because we still don't have a jungler. And Holo has been someone who has been picking things like Viego, Trundle you talked about before, Xin Zhao, and there is actually quite a lot available.
I would go for the Vi here. I feel like Vi actually fits the comp really well. You have hard engage. The side lanes, you know, they don't really work out that well. Talia is very easy to lock down with the Vi. And so far, PSG haven't shown really all that much. I don't think there's a lot of front-loaded damage here on the Vi, because you're kind of unstoppable during the ultimate, so you should be fine in that regards. And you also have the Camille there, so I think a Vi would just shut off a lot of what PSG wants to do. PSG are aiming for some sort of a poke 1-3-1 composition, and Frank Esports definitely need more engaged to go into this.
I guess PSG read that with the Wukong, right? Like, Holo has played that before, and was in his last game, which is really good. And this would be something new for Holo this split, but it would also be a takeaway of what we highlighted out of PSG's jungler in their last game. At the very least, with Elise in here, Clement, does it kind of hit the same element you're looking for?
It definitely has the same potential to get those engages off, but I haven't really seen Holo play all that much Lee Sin. He's definitely more comfortable with the Viego. So, you know, Viego Ahri, I would say still a lot more prominent than the Vi in our region for sure. But this one, of course, if it goes a little bit more sideways, you have less to kind of lean back on going later on. Still very strong in the reset, still very much about chase down.
Clement, hang on. Hey, don't do that, Gory. I honestly wouldn't put it past him. We've already had the Yone, right? And as we look at PSG, I mean, Hanabi's not someone I would consider taking the head-to-head matchup. He's a Gnar player, he's a Gwen player, he's a Sedge, Ornn, Gragas, Clement. Is he someone who wants to take a skill matchup? This would be a first this split.
It would be pretty fun to see this one. You know, Hanabi actually started his career as a mid laner, and he played a lot of Yasuo from just the get-go. Oh, please, come on. Oh, well. One can hope. That was definitely a harder matchup. I think Jax doesn't start beating Camille until much later into the game. There's a lot that can go wrong early. This matchup is, I would say it's just a safer matchup. for Gwen. She's always going to hit her power spikes. Sure, she probably isn't going to win lane early on, but you can play defensive. You can just bring the ignite and sit underneath your tower.
And I mean, we know there's already a bit of scaling there as the Alistar actually gets locked in here for carries, so good setup for the further engage, Clement, that we wanted to see. Do you want to start with PSG? Because I feel like when we looked at Talia, we started talking about tempo and how Gory could play early game, but things have slowed down with this comp, adding a lot of hard scaling elements.
Yeah, so this composition from PSG, I actually think has a lot of issues with it. First off, it cannot go up against the 1-3-1. If it goes to the late game, I actually expect YSKM and Pretender to be able to hold their own side lanes against Talia and Gwen. The other thing is, this comp from PSG actually does not have a lot of engage. It's very much reliant on Gory hitting his skill shots to get the engage down. So that pretty much leaves the only way that they're going to play this one is they need to set up siege and they need to hard force people to defend into this one. So they have a one-track sort of style where I feel like if Frank Esports are smart enough and they can see the siege setting up starting, they can react to it quite easily.
Oh, their counterpunch looks great, right? I mean, Diego always great at, getting opponents as they kite back. I think Ari as well. I don't know why Ari's so strong, the ability to reposition in fights. As you said, for Frank Esports, the versatility within how they comp plays out and not just having one theme is kind of important to note here. So for PSG, we know that they are that kind of late game scaling team fighting team, right? That's how in some of the sketchier games of the split, they have been able to get across the line. I can't remember who it was against, Clement. I think it was Meta Falcon team where they actually almost lost. But then it came down to a couple of late team fights and PSG were like, all right, again, might not be the best, but we managed to rest on our laurels. So for PSG, getting challenged in the early game is going to be the biggest question, considering we know Frank Esports want to play it fast. Mr. Clement Chu, it's always a pleasure to be with you when we have two very different dynamics on the Rift, and we have a bit of an understanding of how these guys want to play out, not just through comps as PSG go topside, but stylistically as well.
Absolutely here, and PSG just doing their usual moves. They always like to do a topside setup for a Hanabi.
Oh, knocked up. Oh, YSKM through the brush, hook shot, wall shot. He's out. Okay, he is out and he has time to back, and that's Ignite from Kaiwing for not much effect apart from a deep ward.
Yeah, so I do expect them to kind of trade sides here with the wards going down, and there's still enough time for PSG to come back here. They're just going to have to do their camps in front of Vision coming in for Frank Esports. Not a huge loss there for YSKM either. Sure, he's going to miss out on a little bit of a level 1, but overall, it's not the worst thing that could potentially happen here. I do think what we're going to see is a lot of ganks going into the bot side. Both of these bottom lanes can be very aggressive early on, and I do want to mention this Alistar, has been sort of those that old-timey counter to the Tahm Kench. Someone tries to, Tahm Kench goes in for a Devour, and you just knock both of them up. So that is something that we do have to remember, and the reason why this Alistar is most likely.
It's always fun, and it's good hookshot, wall shot here from YSKM. We'll be looking at top a little bit closer because we know that for Frank Esports, this top laner has like 10 solo kills or something at the moment, insane. As Grass comes up, Hanabi going very aggressive with his own trades. YSKM trying to trade back, and Clement, I'm looking for the level 2 here. I'm not even going to talk about anything else, dude. You know that this is where we should be paying attention. Like, bot might be aggressive, but I want to know what happens on the top side. Kerry's trying to be a champion at level 1, but he won't.
Yeah, not much that the Alistar can actually do right here, so you do expect the push to go the other way. Kaiwing level 2.
Kaiwing is level 2. Lucky he didn't get bopped back near the turret. He goes to the setup, Unified as well, poking them down, getting some free souls. But as they get Miles out of the bottom lane, Bury is going to try and influence top, Clement.
Let's see if the hook shot here is up. YSKM actually very far behind, so I don't think it's going to be easy to bait him. They just have to go for the backwards gank here. And, this could be bad for Bury. Oh, he actually got the back.
Oh my god, Hollow now has to run out. He's going to have to flash at this point. Is it too late? No. In the nick of time, as Hanabi's now getting engaged on by YSKM, but he can't do anything. That Summoner out of the jungle forced back with Bury's great timing.
And this Camille's not going to have an easy time in this top lane here. Yeah, he always has to kind of expect the Xin Zhao to play around this spot. And I would say generally in a lot of these matchups, I think Frank Esports, their solo lanes don't really heat up until level 6, especially because their jungle is one that is, typically does fall behind his Inzao a little bit in the early game. So we're probably going to have to wait a while, but Holo is going to come in for a risky counter game here.
Hanabi jump forward as well. Press the skip and splash. Wait for a hook shot, wall shot. Grasp available, and so is that passive. Hanabi needs to get stunned up, and they get him. YSCam still holding on it. It's going deep here. The ignite down. YSCam with first blood with the hit and run. Bury with no wind to become lightning, and well played from the duo top of Frank.
Very nicely done here. Holo just walks back into the lane, knows that there isn't a flash there for him. And PSG were the ones playing super aggressive in the top lane. So they were able to just thread the needle with the lane gank there. Smart stuff. And, that shifts the equations quite a bit here because you are coming back into lane with a pretty nice advantage for YSCam.
Yeah, Sheen now picked up. Clement, I will say, though, Hanabi still has the ignite, so I wonder if that influences the matchup in any way, considering that YSCam burnt it for the nice fadeaway first blood.
Of course, it does help the Gwen, however little it does. I will say the item advantage is just a little bit too large for YSCam. Just see that trade down there, the tactical swipe going in. And YSCam is bringing the grass, so he can just kind of poke away with the Sheen procs onto Hanabi.
But while we look towards bottom lane, Frank Esports now confident enough that top set up. Trying to move down here. Holo is going jungle searching, but Bury's not there for now. Control ward placed down as well to help track, and you can see that this Viego pre-6 is trying to get something done, but as the seismic shove comes through, it's just going to be Holo helping Pretender, making sure that all-in stops there from Gory.
They're already setting up for a potential dive on the bottom lane here, and they do have Alistar to tank up all the damage on the bottom, so I do expect PSG to have to shift the Xin Zhao into the bottom side. They have to guard against this 4v2, and in the meantime, Frank Esports Arcade just going to walk away from the lane, take an easy objective.
Yep, and as you said as well, 6 is coming up soon. Pretender just hit it. So further onto your point, the dive can start coming through, and Gory is chance to also make some counter punches. And Clement, you said this was a one-track mind competition as Frank Esports now coming to the lane at that angle. Dragon was just taken. This is a bit inexcusable, Mr. Chu, as Eminem gets a kill. Now stunned up, Kaiwing has to back away with his head in his hands.
Yeah, all too easy on that one, and I love that you saw Karis just go in immediately with the flash. Doesn't give Unified a chance to actually flash out of that. I think Unified was thinking, I have to shove this wave. I'm willing to expend a summoner cooldown just to get the wave to shove back. Instead, he gets punished. So, split-second decision here, but huge ramifications for PSG.
And look at the members that are going to be affected, right? YSCam got the first blood. Okay, this wave's going to be caught, and he's still in such a great position. Look at bottom lane as well. Eminem now has a Noon Quiver pickaxe, picked up that kill. Core carries, core damage sources of Frank Esports, Clement, that we talked about, now online well and truly, as this 6 point has been hit, and we're getting closer towards that Herald that could be massive for them too.
And we do have to remember, if PSG do not get a sort of siege situation early on, I don't think they're going to find it later. It's very hard for this composition to actually wrestle away the side lanes. So I think PSG need to win one of these side lanes. They need to trade super hard. That's going to give them their ideal scenario, which is basically sitting mid with the Herald charging at tower. If you get that setup, then there's a lot of chances for you to poke people down, catch people with the seismic shove. If you're too far behind in the side lanes, then that doesn't really happen. So I feel like next plays for PSG, they need to force Bury into a position where he can actually gank one of these side lanes. They can trade side lanes, that's fine, but they need to have at least one side lane that can leave openly to group up mid.
Might end up being bot because you can see already that Gory is getting the wave shoved out. Vision control now back over to PSG as we partner back up to top side for a little bit as Hanabi puts down the W. And I think at this point with Gory coming up, I was wrong, Clement. It seems to be on YSCam who's walking back to the lane. As Spider Senses tingling, yes they are, especially with the control ward spotting out Gory.
But like that had less to do with premonitions and more to do with actual vision. As we go into the Herald play here, and it looks like Frank Esports are actually trading away here. if I'm Frank Esports, I don't think this is the correct play. If I'm Frank Esports, I much rather, okay, if that happens, then maybe.
Maybe. I mean, Kai Wing is going to get stunned up, flashes away Charm as well, but Kai Wing still a Tom Kenshin, stun after stun after stun after stun, and denial of what Tom can do as Pretender comes in with the Spirit Rush, and Hollow steals the frog to unclog Unified yet again. Clement, if that does happen though, Frank Esports up with gold, Troy.
Yeah, I was thinking if I'm Frank, the safer player is just to keep everything rather equal. I don't want any net advantages going over to PSG.
They don't play safe, Clement. They don't play safe, dude. They're an early game team.
I know.
IG vibes, dude. Who cares about safe?
I will say, though, that I think that was a bit of a mistake coming in from Guywing. We saw the Blast Cone go straight up, so he had to expend his flat. Still got caught by Holo coming in afterwards. However, I will say that Hanabi has been doing a really good job in this top lane. The last time we saw him, you know, he was in a bad wave state. He was down CS, but he's been able to equalize very well, and I think he's now actually ahead.
Yeah, he is. Look at the CS difference. I mean, that wave's going to be equalized to some degree, but 20 CS seems to be the lead at the moment. And YSKM continuously getting a position where the wave's pushing against him, Clement. And we know that, all right, Hollow's in the bottom side. They haven't had too much vision until now of Bury. Maybe that gives him a bit more confidence, but we have to see what happens to the jungle play meanwhile.
Yeah, Bury is putting himself in a bit of danger. I could see Pretender actually just coming over the wall for this if he decides to stay. And yeah, Bury is escorted out. I feel like bot lane is way too risky for them. You have potentially Graviton coming in from MNM. And also this is a lane where Frank Esports is winning. So if I'm PSG, I'm not really hard forcing this one. I can be opportunistic, but I think Bury would need to start this off with a successful gank in order to drop Herald bot.
And we know that, you know, with their winning lane at the moment is that top side, right? Like, looking so good, Mr. Chew. As the good side took shove, yeah, that's great damage coming back. Pretender just has to run it out. At this point as well, Hollow's going to zone away. It's very 2-2. And Clement, if my stream decides to go a little bit freezy, you know, it might be your time to shine. Play again, if I missed it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you said right there. You sounded very, very robotic. But I am happy to pick up here. I think PSG, they get the TP. You have the Infernal Drake sort of fork coming down here. But as you can see, they know that they're behind in this bottom side, so they're actually playing very timid. They actually just straight, I would call this a dry Herald drop just for the gold, and they don't contest anything else, which, you know, I feel like is actually the correct idea here. It's very, very dangerous to go for this one. And let's see if Frank Esports can catch someone out here. Oh, Everfrost does go in.
Advantage. Now, as I come back and hopefully rely on Australian internet to really carry me down under, I want to point out that we've got, you know, that second Herald coming through in about 2 minutes 45. But more importantly, that the CS leads to PSG are keeping this gold more even than what we would expect with how the early game's gone, right? Like, mid lane's even here in the Talia. Gory has had one Weaver's Wall, which didn't do too much. But Hanabi in topside is just carrying the force. Unified, hang on a minute, sir. All right, he's going to get the root, but Hollow all-inning is now going to get a reset. Pretender in here with the Spirit Rush, Orb, a Deception, and a nice charm. Bury now flashed on. Carry's coming in. Look at that angle. And now it's Bury against the wall. All death must be received by Hollow. Frank Esports push the go button with YSKM in the meanwhile on the top side. Threatens Hanabi. It's all going right for Frank.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Holo. He gets a lucky encounter against the Senna. He's not trying it. He got spotted. So we did see the question mark kings go down, and each side followed out. But beautiful stuff from Holo here. And I do want to talk about the build just a little bit. This is so stat efficient coming in. A lot of people don't know this, but the Ken chain, the Ken Punk chain sword. Yeah, chain sword. Oh, that one's so hard. Actually, one of the best stat efficient items right here. We have carriers going over the turrets for the backline gank. Beautiful stuff. That results in a 2-kill And I like the way that Holo understood that he could just focus down one target and be absolutely safe. He does have that untarget ability during that ultimate, and then he gets the resets for the rest of the team as well. So willing to go in super deep, knows what tools he's playing with, and comes out clean.
And this is what we know about Frank Esports. Again, the early game, no matter what the comp is, Frank Esports always push the button to go. And against PSG, who we know is a relatively slow team, the PCS actually one of the slowest. Right now, suffering in this early game that's brought action to multiple lanes. Look at the kills and look at the items now picked up. As PSG move towards bottom side, you can see Frank want to go again. They get Hollow with a stun, but as Gory pokes him down, Kerry's ready to go on in. On top of Furry, stun there, but Eminem's angle could be great. Gets so many shurikens, runs into melee range of Furry, but still doesn't care. Clement, you talked about this, as right now PSG, how do they engage? Everfrost, Spirit Rush, and Charm. They can't run away. They've got no hope here as Unified as well. It's going to be double kill to Pretender and Kaiwing flashing over the wall. Hollow matching out, Eminem back in range.
Solo kill top.
Frank Esports are 9-0 against our former MSI representatives. And as Burry might be quadra killed here, all I can say is that Frank Esports are bringing an unleashed change to the PCS.
Look at how much that PSG had to do to just keep away from Frank Esports at that. That was actually a lot of botched engages coming in from the side of Frank Esports. They missed the initial stun from Holo, and then you saw Carries actually have to burn his ultimate early, but it didn't matter. Once they got a single kill, you're going up against the Ari and the Viego, and they can just chase you down regardless. That was Pretender knowing that, hey, you know what? Our backline members that are low health are completely fine, because PSG actually do not have engagement. They can't rush forward. So it's kind of a one-sided fight here. Look at how many abilities actually do not go well for Frank Esports. And it still is completely okay, because they can't chase. They just can't follow up on Eminem and Carries. And Pretenders knows that he has that opportunity to go in. Everfrost slightly off, but it doesn't matter. He still gets the first kill, and that gives him all the firepower necessary to then just clean up the rest of the fights. PSG, they have a very narrow win condition. Their composition is only good in one situation, and this is where Camille starts to get online. We were talking about this. It's just a matter of time, but we know that Camille is gonna be there.
Oh, YSKM with another solo kill. What's new? What is new as we look at topside again? Needlework all burnt out but one. Hanabi getting a refresher onto YSKM, but he's still the 2-0 Camille despite the 20 CS lead. And Clement, I think from the last fight, as we prepare for yet another in front of the Dragon, all I can say is Burry sets up the one piece of engage, is that now, how does it go from here? Carries with the unbreakable wheel with the TP coming through. Pretender now with the ghost. Everfrost, they're dead.
The two-man.
It's not going to work out. A two-man grabbing him. Frank Esports still have not dropped a kill. 11-0 against our top team. Frank now with the third Dragon in their eyes too.
Yeah, and there's nothing PSG can do here. Hanabi does not have the TP, so they're not going in just yet. And Holo with the splash!
Reset, going a bit aggressive maybe. Unified stepping up, but they still can't get the first kill. As Gory wants to poke him down, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, on the top side, Hanabi getting hit hard. Dodges away! YSKM! You should kill me if you could!
And there goes your answer. Maybe that's why Hanabi's not going to the skill matchups, because he is getting outmatched into the top lane. Of course, YSKM already had a solid 2-kill lead with a third one just icing on top of the cake. This is what I was so afraid about PSG's composition. They don't have winning side lanes, and they don't have engage. It's so hard for them to even capitalize on good team fights. There have been situations where Frank Esports start out the fights quite poorly. PSG cannot punish. Your only win condition is a siege situation, and they're nowhere close right now.
No, Clement, how do you do that? We're watching this again. I mean, YSKM gets blind Fiora, blind Camille from Frank Esports. And let's be real, Clement, even being behind in CS, this is what he does with it.
Damn, Hanabi was actually about 40% extra HP over YSKM, and YSKM still wins this. He starts off with a precision protocol that was already charged up. He gets the true damage portion to go in, and then dodges out on the 75% true damage on those Qs to turn the fight around. What an amazing fight from YSKM.
Again, this new player coming through. I mean, for Frank Esports, Clement, we've been talking about him all split long. Comes from IG Young in the LDL. Is someone who brings that, the shy gusto into the team with as well. And Frank Esports don't look like a one-track team anymore as all elements are coming together. But Frank now going to get engaged on, but Gory now with the wall down. The problem is you're into the fight. As Mr. Chu himself said, what do you do now? Part of your engage down to Hanabi walking in. The flash not working out for Pretender, as at least PSG do get themselves objective control. And Frank have to give away the Herald. So there's one thing for PSG in this game that has given them nothing at all.
So this is PSG's opportunity to strike right here. We talk about that sieging situation. You have the Herald, and you also have to pay attention that Pretender and Eminem do not have their flashes up. So I feel like if there was ever a time for PSG to come back into this game, it's going to start now. There's plenty of bounties. It's just about how this Herald drop actually goes, and also about clearing the side lanes here. YSKM does have his TP. So if he manages to find a backboard, then PSG's siege, I think it's going to end in disaster. So we have to pay close attention. PSG are grouping up mid. Let's see how they clear the vision on both sides here and what angle they decide to use the Weaver wall.
Let's just start with the vision and how it can be cleared out, right? Because there's not many wards, at the very least, from Frank now. A couple in this river that are popping up, but apart from that, PSG have cleared away about half from the time we started talking. However, with that Baron now up and available, the vision that they have and the denial that they have against PSG has come into favor. A control ward there, but Frank Esports not overstepping. While, the camera keeps turning to the bottom lane. Right now, they want to see what else YSKM can do. Considering that, he's having a lot more fun against Hanabi with the CS now even. But, Clement, I want to bring you back to where I just was. Because for Frank, not having dropped a kill yet, being up 5,000 gold, and clearing out the rest of the vision in that river. For PSG, not getting any options in this mid game that we talked about. And you said the scaling is huge. As PSG try to bridge over the mid gap.
This is such a weak Herald drop. I'm very curious about this one because the Herald drop is actually just a bit of a bait. The main thing here for PSG is to be able to find multiple kills underneath the tower with Eminem without having the flash there. You want to use the Herald to draw people there and hopefully find a poke to make a difference on the map. A dry Herald drop like that, to me, it's actually a bit of a waste. I feel like Frank Esports are kind of okay with giving over the objective bounty gold. It doesn't really hurt them. And without the mid lane tower, where do you actually siege? I don't see the side lanes being a good idea here. If you set up in the side lanes, YSKM can just cut you from the back so easily. So, I don't get it. I really don't. I feel like that was a very, very weak Herald decision there. Maybe it was close to the timer, but I feel at the very least you want to draw a couple defenders.
Because coming back to what you said, right, it's not pure scaling. People see Gwen center and go, oh, well, center infinitely scales and Gwen is an insane late game carry. But as you said, Frank Esports won't have anyone to match him in these side lanes. Pretender, YSKM are going to have a field day. Plus, it's a Felios in the core 3, Clement. Wave clear bot with 2 members to hard protect him with lots of chain CC lock. Just feels like for Frank still, we're going to keep calling out their praises as we get towards this next dragon. And there's going to be Soul too, Clement. That would make it a nightmare for PSG.
Absolutely. And let's see if PSG can...
Oh my god. Pull the trigger. Is it good? Carry has to get out. Carry's jumping in, but YSKM has found the angle. The Skywing needs to save his 80 carry, but look how annoying this Camille is. Meanwhile, Hollow and Eminem are dying as the Weaver's Wall comes through, but YSKM has taken down the center, as now in a 1v2 he tries to buy time. 2 members of Frank dead, only one of PSG. It's their first kills of the game, and this time it's a worthy trade as YSKM might be number 3. Looking to take some bodies with him, Clement, and he's not getting out of this one anytime soon. Frank with a crucial mistake here as he runs back in, and that means Soul's going to be denied.
I gotta say, that was kind of ugly for Frank Esports. Karras goes in and he messes up his Alistar combo. Gets absolutely no one after the Gravitum has already landed. And then the front line is completely open. We see the support use all skills, and that's the go button for Bury. They know that the back line is undefended, and it's just so unfortunate for YSKM because, he's already hit the go button. he has to go in, but Polo and Alistar, they missed their opportunity. So there's absolutely no chance for Aphelios to deal damage right here. They just get cut down, and congratulations to PSG. They actually delay it for 5 more minutes. They have a massive 1,000 gold shutdown. Unfortunately, going over to Bury, they would have preferred it going on to someone else. I'm pretty sure of that. But still, that's a great sigh of relief for them.
Yeah, taking the pressure off this game that was just still looking pretty one-sided as Frank Esports now move up towards Baron with nothing else available. And gold only being 1,000 and a bit. Yeah, that's the greatest concern. Clement, I also wanted to bring up that because of Carey's not getting that engaged perfectly, YSCam wasted so much time with the Tahm Kench being a pain in the butt. So it feels pretty bad to watch that back. As now for Frank Esports, they're going to give us some kind of sigh of relief and quality control us for the viewers. Because after that last fight, I'm not sure where I stand anymore.
I would say Frank Esports still have a bit of a lead right here. I think in terms of compositions, in side lanes, they still have a lot more avenues to make plays. But when it comes down to the 5v5, things are definitely going to be a lot closer. I feel like Frank Esports need to think about how they take these engages. If they don't get a decided lead just in the start of it, then YSCam going into the backline doesn't really change that much. So sure. I feel like Frank Esports, the way they want to play this one is they need to get hold of terrain control, which they should be able to do quite easily since they have all the silent pressure. So you use that, you move it into these face check situations for PSG, and then you just sit. I feel like that's probably a safer way to approach the game compared to the flanking engages over the wall that they messed up last time.
Because last time, right, Tahm Kench as a tool, Xin Zhao, Gwen to delay, as Frank Esports are doing exactly what you said, side waving control, moving into the skirts of vision, PSG are checking themselves. They're a bit separated at the moment as well. Hollow not pulling the trigger. You can see Pretender walks down. But, Clement, it seems like they are playing the safer way, right? These wards still will be cleared out eventually, as Frank Esports are just relying on Pretender and YSCam to add in that pressure too.
Yeah, and if we look at the 3-man, I would say PSG even have a slight advantage right here because it's so hard to kill their front line. Bury has got that 1,000 gold. We have to remember that one. And on the meantime, Kaiwing also has been picking up CS, so he's very tanky for a support boy. I think PSG can hold their own in the 3-man setup. It's about when the side lanes from Frank Esports start to move up. That's where they're going to feel a lot more pressure.
Well, they're collecting themselves now towards mid lane. Hanabi matching as well, but Eminem with his ulti is going to get a lot of poke damage. Unified almost died. Kaiwing let him go because he thought he'd be fine, but Unified is now an easy one-shot. And Frank might not get the mid lane turret, but hey, we get to start talking about Eminem yet again as he is starting to whip it out.
Yeah, I can't believe the Collector didn't get some get the collect right there, as Frank Esports now as a 5-man. I think all they need to do right here is they know they have the superior carries. Just make sure that you have a standard engage to fight. See if you can bait out Hanabi there and just re-engage. The most important thing for Frank Esports is just remember PSG cannot actually engage. PSG are terrible at sticking to targets with the composition that they have. So if you just take it from front to back and you waste a couple of their abilities, if you have low health people, just rotate them out, actually you should be fine.
Okay. Seems simple enough, but I don't think this game's simple. I don't think for either team this game has been simple. Frank Esports, remember they're the ones moving to Soul here. It's got 40 seconds till that dragon spawns. The TP comes through from Hanabi. This Gwen who still has 2 items but now a stopwatch. I want us to compare what Frank Esports are holding right now because they're the ones in River first, Clement, and you can see that YSCam has already started with the join.
Yeah, for Frank Esports, again, just fish for stuns. PSG cannot chase you, so don't overcommit, and there's basically not much that PSG can do to wipe you here.
Well, Carries and Eminem, they hover around mid for now. PSG are keeping their distance as Frank are just brute forcing their way in. It seems waiting for that charm to get a free hit. The Hanabi gets stunned up. The charm goes a little bit early. Bury takes the damage. Hollow targeted on as Bury's ulti sets up for Eminem. Has to flush away from the needlework. Hanabi dealing with damages. It's disjointed. YSCam taking the long way around, but the ultimate, this Camille doing so much work. He's shoved backwards, but he's still alive. PSG don't have enough time to work with. That's why it's Cam Gold in the nick of it. Very alive for now, but Hollow will clean him up. PSG has been disintegrated, and Frank Esports come alive again.
This is exactly how Frank Esports should play the fight. They fish for these engages, and they wait until PSG can commit. Sure, PSG gets a great needle work from Hanabi, but guess what? Nobody can follow up. This is not a chase down team composition. So they get overextended. YSKen comes in from the back. He is starting to snipe off real targets, and then you see PSG's front line just wandering in no man's land. They just don't have the ability to engage. Really smart, collected team fighting from Frank Esports. I think they learned their lesson from the previous fight. Just watch this. You know, Holo, he's willing to go in super close to the enemy team composition. He's baiting out the fight. Bury actually has a really nice start to MNN, forces out the flash, but it doesn't matter. Everyone is able to get away, and then it's YSKen's time to shine right here.
That ulti, Clement, everyone was forced back into the face of the Frank Esports.
Yeah.
Like, YSKen, team fighting, that's what we talked about. It ain't just about the side lanes here, but everything else that entails the gameplay. A Hollow as well on a bit of a field day, cleaning up the rest of this, but so good to watch Frank Esports, who are taking over what we consider the team fighting kings in previous splits, and even this split, right? Frank Esports are coming out of the field, and with now Mountain Soul, Clement, and Baron, if they can close this out, they'll move to 9 wins. And this team is still in an earshot of trying to make top 4.
We have a lot of teams that are rooting for PSG right here. Frank Esports, they're already at 6 losses, so it does mean if they drop a little bit more, they could give CFO or DCG, one of these teams, a pass into top 4 here. So let's see if PSG can do it for the J-Team universe. They've got a lot of hopes riding.
Oh, they do, but at this point, again, backs against the wall when you consider the gold moved up to 6,000. And even there, more counting. Inhibitor turret getting threatened, close to dying, while PSG are getting moved amongst these side lanes, Clement. It's only 2 for now, but the wave clear out of Frank Esports is just insane.
Absolutely, and we can see Gory's looking for an angle onto that bot side to see if he can get a 5v3 behind Eminem. He's lacking his flash, but Frank Esports just shoved in the door way too fast. The mid lane already open here, and I feel like PSG, they really need to move. If they don't, they're going to lose these 2 inhibs for free here. I don't think that's a position they can come back from. Gory is looking for the angle. He's trying to find the get behind. Here he goes.
Weaver's Wall comes in, but his Pretender carries the only one sectioned off, but the Weaver's Wall won't last long enough as Hanabi goes in, but his team's not on the same page. YSKen as well has that angle, but this Camille, remember, has the Mountain Soul. A route down, but an ulti, Eminem! Oh, the Moonlight Vigil makes heads turn as Frank Esports now have full access to this inhibitor turret in the bot side.
That was a very half-hearted Weaver's Wall. I expected Gory to go in a little bit deeper on that one, but Frank Esports, 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good knockup, but can Frank Esports actually end here? Bury and Unified have the sustain. It's like a jump to Hollow. Meets the ult down, he's dead. Frank Esports in the base. You need to get out of here, but Eminem is dead as well. YSKen averts the seismic shove, but he too is dead. Frank Esports, you had a burger, but you ordered another one before you finished the first.
I feel like Frank Esports, they just won the dunk contest, and then they missed the layup. That was weird, but it definitely makes the game a little bit more exciting. So we'll watch this again. The main thing here is Polo goes down super early. Karius is actually fine. He can walk back from this one, but unfortunately for Holo, I think his engage, to me, didn't make a whole lot of sense, and he actually walks back into the seismic shove to be taken down. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Hanabi gets alone time with Eminem and just cuts him to shreds. So, yeah, that was a weird play from Holo. A little bit too much hero, not enough Holo.
It was weird. Weird's the perfect word, Clement. Frank Esports, that was dicey. Now, the Baron power play in the end, I don't know what we got. I don't know if Baron actually expired by the end of that fight, but it definitely went downhill from what was sitting at 3,500 moments before. Clement, I want to pull out that for PSG, they got that shutdown on the Gwen, who I know we did talk about side laning threats like Camille and the Ahri being relatively uncontested. However, we still have Hanabi, who is going to be a massive ult bot in these fights and has the chance to burst people like Eminem, who doesn't have the Tahm Kench health. Even Pretender, if they're able to get something like that seismic shove, is great pixel.
Absolutely here, and I'll say that Frank Esports haven't been all that attentive to their AD carry. I feel like in the two team fights that they lost, they kind of just left him to his own devices. Forgot about him. So, once again to the drawing board. How do Frank Esports actually play this one out? I feel like it's actually still very simple. It's just have Pretender in the front line, have him fish for those engages, have him fish for burst damage, and everyone else can sort of stay behind.
3-man. Oh my god, Eminem's damage insane. I mean, he's the one poking him down. Tries to jump on carry. Won't matter. PSG at least healing up thanks to Unified here, but he's at half HP. Frank Esports still have more in the tank, and look at Hollow. Look at the bot wave, Clement. He's just going to threaten Hanabi while PSG have to go back and help.
Yeah, they are going to lose this turret, and you can see Frank Esports are not going to even wait for the minion wave. The next Baron up is in 30 seconds right here, so I think I feel like Frank Esports could have held that wave alive for a little bit longer, but it seems like they're going to go back for another base here. And, we should be taking a look at the items. A couple things to note here. Pretender actually sold his Magi's to get the full buy death cap. That's going to be a very spicy one coming in here. And the other situation we have to pay attention to is PSG actually have a split objective scenario, which is better for the losing team in this type of situation. There's a potential for you to kind of sneak away the Elder and then still mount a successful comeback afterwards. So I think for Frank, the smarter thing is definitely focus on Baron. You focus on Baron, even if the enemy team steals the Baron, they're not going to wipe you afterwards. So just get the Baron first and force PSG to make the play.
Bori working into it. Hang on, meanwhile, Pretender playing with vision. While they are focusing on the Baron for now, I mean, Bury jumping in, Kerry deflecting, YSCam joins in, and he's on Unified yet again. Hextech ultimate dodged everything, and they can't save him. Skywing picks Bury, but that mistake might cost them the game. But YSCam taking all the damage.
He's down.
Alive though. He's got the GA, and welcome back to M&M. As Hollow flashes as well, Clement. This might be it. This might be the moment that Frank Esports decide to shut up PSG, the first team in the PCS, and start building on their legacy in the league.
Gory, the last one alive, and there he goes. Frank Esports is going to pick up their first win versus PSG, and this just means that they are now on a whole new level. They're a different caliber of team. They're no longer with the J Team universes. They are in a league of their own.
The joy, man. You can see it. The vibe is great. YSCam not even blinking apparently as well, but this team, this is why they're so exciting. They bring pace, they bring the risk factor in what I'd say, Clement, is a league that doesn't really focus on the early game much, right? Like, we have a lot of mid to late game, and a lot of team fighting, slower pace of play, but Frank Esports don't fit that bill at all. And they showed in that game what happens in the first 20 minutes when the coin flips heads.
Yeah, I have to say that I feel like a lot of this game did come down to the draft. I felt like PSG, I just wasn't sure what their win condition actually was. I felt like if they wanted to execute this game plan, they needed bot lane to be very far ahead. The ideal situation was having bot lane being able to move into mid and start poking away and have a solid lead mid. We'll watch this again, and I was a little bit confused about Bury actually going in here. I think the thought process here for PSG is they're already doing Baron, and this is just kind of a bait, so they're trying to push this all the way. But what's kind of weird for me is that Hanabi actually TP'd in very late for this fight as well. So I'm not really sure what the game plan is here for PSG. It felt like there was two trains of thought going on, but they weren't on the same page. If you were going to gamble on that play, you had to throw everything at the table. Hanabi had to instant TP in and try to finish off the kills. They didn't do that, and YSKM actually got into the fight first, despite it being an engage that Bury pursued.
I mean, it's just hilarious, like, watching this Camille come in, because every time it's like, PSG's backline like, oh crap, here we go again. Unified got bullied so hard that game, and Kaiwing, let's be real, I don't think Kaiwing had a very successful game there, Clement. On this Tahm Kench, you know, the Devour's lacking, wrong targets, or even more importantly, where Kaiwing is just kind of caught out in no man's land, giving picks over to this team that plays so well from multiple angles and playing through their excellent vision with the lead that they grew off of the draft difference you talked about and the lack of engage that PSG really struggled with every single time we got in front of one of these neutrals.
Absolutely, and I will say this is a very uncharacteristic draft coming in from PSG, especially for Gory. Usually you see the Azir just straight up pick if it is open. However, it seems like PSG wanted to try something a little bit different, and I will say without the engage and playmaking potential of Gory, this team looks like a completely different team. You just ban the Azir away from him, or you give the Azir a harder matchup. I feel like PSG, a lot of cracks do start to show. I'll be honest, I feel like this split, they have been way too over-reliant on Gory. Almost no one else has been getting good engages outside of the mid lane.
And it's so funny because, like, Talia is the perfect champion when we talk about, you know, Gory getting momentum, setting up side lanes. Like, you know, with this Talia pick in many different leagues, not just PCS, it's been about how this early game plays out and more importantly, the mid-game Weaver's Walls in the 5v5s. Clement, we saw a couple there, but we never saw PSG act on it. It's like they haven't played with a Talia in a while, or at the very least, weren't really reliant on Gory this game. And we're like, okay, Burry, what do you want to do then?
A huge part of this was the fact that Talia just wasn't able to leave lane. It was a first pick blind Talia into an Ahri, and the Ahri actually got a couple of kills earlier on. In the laning phase, Talia never had an opportunity to roam, and also the bot lane actually just never got ahead. Bot lane was stuck in their own tower. Then you go to the top lane. That's 2 solo kills for YSKM right now. I believe he's up to 15 already.
Oh, God. Well, I mean, he keeps stacking them, doesn't he? And with this win over PSG, you know what's also influential, Clement? He overtakes Gory, who he was tied with as MVP leader. So 6 MVPs now. YSKM is top in the charts. Take that, Gory. You know, take that. That's what he'd be saying, dude. This Yordle Snap Trap Killing Machine, that's his name, isn't it? That's the... I'm pretty sure that's the abbreviation, right?
Yeah, that's the very interesting kind of a Caitlyn-ish name, but I really need to see PSG bounce back. I feel like they've been coasting, and then they're going to head into a big patch on 12.14, which favors fast-paced tempo gameplay. So, you know, despite how strong PSG have been looking in terms of the standings, in terms of the actual gameplay and their style and their over-reliance on Gory, I don't think PSG can be sitting comfortably in the lead, and now they have a lot of company with them at 11-3.
Yeah, look, now tied up with CDPC Flying Oyster, Deep Cross Gaming. Now the top of the charts are tied up. And considering that, you know, we don't have J-Team in the mix until the last week of the split next week, things could change quite rapidly. PSG only with a couple of games to go. They have to still play up against J-Team. They've got to play Meta Falcon Team, Impunity, CFO. 2 of those games are challenging for them, so maybe they won't be sitting at the top. But Clement, coming up next, Jewish Team and Beyond Gaming. Speaking of team trying to break the mold, Beyond Gaming trying to move themselves up near Frank, but Jewish Team are just trying to survive their very best right after this.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
But it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand. That I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time.
I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it.
I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright.
feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you. I feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you. I'm waiting for your call, and all I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. Feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
All that you love is a feast for the lions. Tell me feel alive. Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fairy in this place. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. It's big enough. We'll find a time and still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer.
Back here for the PCS Summer, as per usual, to round out the night. Got a couple more games left after Frank Esports upset PSG in our second. My name's Cysterix. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu here in the PCS, sponsored by CDBC Bank. Thank you to Riot, Carry Live, and Garena for the operation of the league and the full production. Now, Clement, Dewish Team versus Beyond Gaming, kind of a last chance for Dewish Team as well. After we saw earlier, Sem9 got themselves knocked out, unable to reach up to 5, which is the threshold right now. Dewish Team only have 4 games left. They can only hit 7. When every win counts, I feel like it's a cop-out, but it truly is every win counting for Dewish.
Absolutely here. They have, I think, improved a lot. Even in yesterday's game against CFO, they actually held the kill score relatively even until, CFO eventually overtook them. So I would say that this is an absolutely huge matchup for both of these teams. We called today the day of the panic button. And here we have Sen Bong coming onto the roster. He previously played for AHQ Fighters and even in Spring Split was actually the first place team of the League of Legends collegiate scene. So he's coming in with a lot of pedigree, a lot of hope, and we'll see if Beyond Gaming can kind of shift their compositions around to protecting Wako. That's the only thing I wish for.
Yeah, because it's a bit of a surprise just to say that Minji gets subbed out, but you know, you and I saw Beyond Gaming on that Friday, and Minji had a bit of a rough time of it. I remember him in lane as well. I think it was was it the Frake Esports game, Clement? Oh yeah, that's right. And you know, while it was okay, it was like, well, maybe they're just trying to sub in Senbon, give him a chance on stage, considering that, yeah, Wako and Kino have been more solid. And I think were you talking about Lakai as well there, Clement, saying that he was one of the better performing members.
I would say overall the problem with Beyond Gaming is their solo laners can't 1v1. They're not strong enough.
Okay.
They're very slow in lane. The best performer has been Wako, but the problem is Minji didn't play the usual control mages. They don't play the Azir, they don't play, stuff like the Corki, so they don't have a way to stretch out the game without bleeding out until Wako can carry them.
I feel like Wako has kind of been the story, even in spring, right? I remember there were some of the crazy AP Kaiser games where Wako was just popping off. 32% of his damage share as well. As we look at Duish team rather quickly, remember that this team hasn't subbed anyone out. Sticking with the same 5, which I respect as a team that is looked at as a developmental team. And Xiaotu right now, Clement, is a bit of a focus considering that he's holding the lion's share of 31% of his team's damage. But his champion pool this split as well has been pretty crazy to look at. Hell, even Lacunai gave you a nice surprise with Kled top in our last game.
Yeah, that wasn't a game that really worked out. But we're going to look at where I feel like the players have been most improving on the side of Duish team and doing very, very well for Husha's part. So the big thing is definitely the first blood participation rate. That's one of the highest amongst any of the junglers here. And, Beyond Gaming is a team with almost 70% of the first blood being taken. So Husha has been a big part of that. He's great at finding these opportunities for ganks, and especially in the mid lane. I would say Minji's laning stats actually look better than they feel because he's been getting so many good ganks coming in from Husha. We'll see if he can still have that same sort of synergy with the new mid laner here. On the other hand, for WSL, I feel like his stats don't really do him justice. If you just look at week 4, his stats were one of the best stats in the early game.
Yeah.
With
he's
the
improved
Elise play
so much.
and stuff like that. So I still expect him to go over.
I mean, the picks came out, like the Kiana didn't work out on Friday, Clement, but let's be real, WSL still has so many of these pocket picks, and it surprised us as a jungler that started quite tragically, really struggling with knowing what to do next and where to path, to now kind of being a core member to focus on for Duish team and their rise to try and clench that 8th spot. Welcome to Pick Ban, where we've had 2 quite interesting bans. Samira against Bang 2, LeBlanc against Xiaotu. And we look at an Amumu ban against a team that they're like, well, they're probably going to first pick Kalista, but they've just left open Renata for the first time in a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen that being taken by anyone just yet. And Beyond Gaming, okay, they're not going for any of the hyper carries. The Sivir is still up. There's still a lot of different ADs. Zeri even there, but they're going to go with just bust the bot lane. So I might have the wrong read on Senbong. I wanted them to go control mage, hyper carry for the bot side.
Yeah.
But I will say Senbong's champion pool, when he was playing in the actual sanctioned PCS and LMS circuits, his most played were Yasuo and Aurelion Soul. This is a very spicy player. I'm not really sure what he's gonna pull out, but just a bit of warning right there. He doesn't play the usual stuff.
Okay, Chloe, that's all you need to tell me, man. I'll be excited to see. Maybe there's a comp that wants to speed things up a bit. As for Duish team, I'm already setting up picks here, Clement. We get an Ashe, which is a flex pick technically. With Duish team, like, we don't care about Renata. We're going to leave it open because Ashe has been a common counter pick, common practice into that specific support.
So we are seeing Duish team come up with, I would say, pretty much a stock standard strategy for them, which is they want to play side lanes rather passively and then try to focus on Xiaotu and WSL. So I feel like the Ashe, a very utility heavy lane, going to give them plenty of lane information. And then the Gangplank, a champion that can, at the worst of times, just hang back. is exactly up their alley. They're likely going to hold the counter picks later on here. They could snag a Trundle, but I would assume that they will hold the counter pick for Xiaotu until the other rotation.
Yeah, because at the very least, I mean, that Renata's still up and available. You'd be crazy not to take Renata in the last 3 patches.
Ooh, yeah.
Especially when we're looking at it as, okay, Duish team, we're getting safety. I mean, this is just insane. I don't think I've seen Renata go to a second ban phase in quite a while.
Absolutely. I will say, though, the reason here is Beyond Gaming still look a lot stronger when they have Kino on something that plays Engage. When he plays these sort of enchanters, I feel like it's really a much lower priority for the rest of the team. I won't say it hasn't happened, but there's a good reason why we see the Amumu just being banned away so early on for Duish team. It's definitely a good idea there. Duish team right now, they're going for, I would say, some sort of a kiting composition. You see great zone control. They have good range and harass with the volleys coming in. And they're likely not going to go with something that's too committal into the mid lane. So I don't really expect like the Kihana build to come out anymore into this one. Something that zones and has range is likely the better options right here. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Zoe actually come out for Xiaotu.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's his most played, right? He's 0% on it, but to be fair, Duish team don't win games. So it's not like any of the champion portfolios are going to be that great. Clement, it's true. I mean, they're doing
I know. The way you put it does sound kind of rough, though.
Well, look, I mean, I'm just being honest, right? You know, we get a double jungle ban at the end. I like the Nidalee at least respect paid. But you said it a little bit earlier, it might be something like the Trundle. WSL going to hover over that now. And I'm kind of more curious as to what Lakai pulls out, because we already know that there's an Aurelia ban trying to give GP the safety in lane. But things like the Nah here, Clement, Lakai has played so many times, like every other top laner in any league.
Nilah's not open here, so we don't really have to consider that one. I would say something like the Camille here actually fits really nicely. Something that can go forward, lock down a lot of these targets. A solo tank is, I think, a little bit risky. Nautilus, of course, still definitely a very strong champion. We kind of expected that out of Kino. You really like, you could say, they didn't really prioritize the Renata because they like to engage. Gwen here, definitely fits the bill for just keeping everyone in place. Great flank play. A little bit less certain than something like the Camille, but I think it's a fine champion.
So now I'm just more curious as to why mid lane is going to be Victor versus Zir. Because when we hyped up one part, Clement, that Senbon is this Yasuo Aurelian Soul player, he picks up a Zir. Xiaotu's this Zoe, Silas, Jace. We've had Rise, LeBlanc. He picks Victor. So not only are we getting pretty stale mid lanes, we also get ourselves a pretty interesting comp from Duish team that has semi-globals. I mean, globals, let's just be real. Run me through how you play with quite a passive wave clearing composition.
So Duish team, first off, they're very, very powerful in the late game. I would take their composition heartbeat. It's so difficult to chase up onto them. And if we're just looking at the post 35, I actually favor their composition more than I like Beyond Gaming's. Beyond Gaming, to me, they're in a very awkward spot where they're a double dive composition, and the Kalista is going to have trouble actually catching up to the enemy team, dishing out damage. So that's that. However, the reason I don't really like the Victor here is, as you said, very slow to scale champion, and then you have double globals on both of your side lanes with nowhere to go. I feel like if it was on something like a Zoe, you pick someone, you have globals go down, you secure a kill. It's very easy to snowball from that. Victor doesn't really allow you those opportunities. So I actually feel like Duish team, with the last mid pick, went a little bit too passive.
Yeah.
And that in turn allows, I feel like, Beyond Gaming to take hold of the mid objectives around the Heralds and Drakes.
Especially with Trundle, right? Like, Azir shifting sands makes him hard to gank it past level 3 as well. But for Trundle, with Zoe set up, would have been brilliant to see this team try and force themselves through mid when that damage percentage on Xiaotu, a nice indicator that he has been one of the players we've been talking about here, along with WSL, who's been a bit of a jungle focus. But hey, Duish team still looking for that win all the same. Beyond Gaming looking to get out of this bit of a rut. And when I say that, I mean a game-losing streak rut, Clement. CFO, PSG, Frank Esports, they have versed some pretty hard teams over the past week and a half. Now it's Jewish team who are sitting down so far below and are in threat of getting eliminated. Welcome back to the PCS Rift. Sir, where would you like to start? You already talked about some of the globals here for Jewish team. For Beyond a little bit, talk me through the early game and how Husha does his usual Wukong thing and build a bridge for the strong late game that BYG, despite maybe getting outscaled, Clement, still have in themselves.
A couple points right here is that the level 6 gank, the 2v2, is so much more threatening on the side of Beyond Gaming. They have the burst damage, much easier to knock back a Victor that doesn't have an escape right there. So I do expect them to focus that way. And also the other point is you do have Kino with this glacial augment, so very easy for them to just catch people out in the middle. I would say the strongest point is definitely when you see people start roaming across the bottom lane. There's a lot more agency on the side of Beyond Gaming, so that's where I really expect them to pick their fights and maybe go and counter WSL's jungle. For Jewish team, on the other hand, I just feel like this is a slow scaling game. Try to play as safe as possible. Try to use that hawk shot as much to avoid early game fights. Just wait until late game. It's a very passive game plan for them.
Dredge line coming through. Bang 2 taking a bit of a trade. Waka already getting him down to half HP. So we're speaking passive on one side, but Beyond, complete opposite. We know what Callista's drafted for, Clement, and first pick for an absolute reason. Meanwhile, on the top side, Lacune versus Lakai. The double L, but Clement, who really takes the L here?
I would say, Lacune definitely did need to step up there. Gives a good trade to Lakai in the meantime. And this is one of those matchups where Gameplank, in theory, is decent as a blind pick, but we've checked the win rates, and Wen definitely has a very strong presence in this one.
Yeah.
Does win the sort of solo trades later on, and I think it's a little bit more impactful when it comes to teamfights. However, as we said before, Beyond Gaming, in this teamfight situation, they're going to have to really rely on Lakai and his ability to get good flanks to stop US team from fighting.
I mean, it's going to matter because look, there's a dive. There's a flash ignite. Bang 2 getting flashed on by Wako. Ooh. First blood, Beyond Gaming at level 2. That's the chat energy you want to see out of Wako and Kino. As Husha threatens Enhao more, but Wako's already done the dirty work, and Bang 2 is shredded.
Beautiful stuff from Kino right there. He flashes directly over the tower, gets the lockdown onto Bang 2, gets the ignite down, and Wako is able to finish off the kill. So a couple things to watch right here. Bang 2 actually uses the heal preemptively. I actually like that. Kind of a smart play to make sure it isn't cut off by the ignite later on. But he's just too low in the HP. He actually got poked out by the great chains that we saw. Ooh.
It's not going well anywhere, Clement. Jewish team are not getting through this early game at the moment. It's a 1k gold lead. Lakai is fully stacked up on his Q. And Lacune running out of mana here to attempt an orange. Barrel denied. Husha coming up for the dive. He slipped out. He flashes. He's dead. Jewish team are 1,300 gold down. And the early game, Clement, may be a bit too passive at this point.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit skeptical about Jewish team's comp. The way they have won their 2 games is by playing super aggressive bot lanes. They won both of their games on Samira bot and just constant ganking into the bot lane. So I feel like, a too passive setup, it actually makes the lane difference, the ID difference, even more clear.
That's a shame when you see the pillar. It's a worthy attempt, right? Like, I feel like WSL just unlucky with that one, and Senbon didn't have mana, so I love the timing, but because that gank didn't work out, they now know the junglers on the bottom side. Husha got a chance to reset as well. As look at the size of this wave building up, Clement, and look at where Husha seems to be pathing just around the corner in case anything happens here, with more priority shifted to BYG.
Yeah, and this is where we said that Beyond Gaming are going to be the strongest, where they can start to invade on Jewish team's jungle, force the Trundle to play just one quadrant here.
Oh,
and,
no.
they have so far better engage. at this point with Kino. Good for Jewish team that they do spot this out, and this could be a 3v3.
Yeah, it could be, but Husha still with his summons available. Bang 2 is only level 3. They haven't hit him yet as Kino is taking up the turret, the pillar. Beautiful! The knock-up even better. WSL, now that's a pillar he can be proud of.
Ward to save lives right there.
Yeah.
Really smart from WSL. He actually walks away from his own jungle and then walks back around through the lane itself, making Beyond Gaming think that they have a clean 3v2. Wasn't the case right there, and they get an easy pickup.
As you said, that ward in the jungle entrance for BYG. Well spotted, Clement, because now with Kino going down, Jewish team are able to get some kind of reprieve in this lane. It does look like it's pushing back against Wako here, but they're able to set back up with Husha doubling down. I mean, they're not going to spot this one out, Clement, so I wonder how they prevent it.
Yeah, and there's no flashes on the bot lane. In they go.
Oh, here he comes. Onto How the Ren slows him down. Dredgeline flashed away from. And Husha redirects. So, again, jungle interference. And Bang 2 even stepping up to the wave. Wako's just doing it himself.
They're going to try for this again. They know that the Trundle is in the top side. So they're just hard forcing Jewish team off of their bottom lane. Great lane bullying. Great bullying.
Back there. I mean, Kino always on the thread. Clement, 52-29. So even though there's a good response to the dive, I mean, WSL, as you said, as soon as he's spotted somewhere else, they're just losing out yet again. This Kalista is going to be massive.
We also have to pay attention to see if WSL actually gets out of this jungle, because there is Lee Kai, who's level 6, and they're hunting for him. You know, there is no arrow either.
Oh, he flashes over, but the needlework slows him down. A skip and flash will be available soon. Full needlework, the pillar great, but as Lakai just walks on back, the blue buff stays in place. And Beyond Gaming are getting themselves a dragon in the interim, so this is a beneficial trade for BYG once again, who still remains strong at a 1k gold lead.
Yeah, just...
It's going back.
WSL gonna go over this again.
Okay. Well, Ward wasn't placed at the very least. Like, you know, do they call the blood? Do they call it a second time, Clement? There's no vision here. This time they're like, he's probably just setting up.
They don't. No, good play from WSL. It looks a bit janky. It's a good play nonetheless.
Yeah.
They deny the blue buff here. But in the meantime, what we saw in the bottom side was essentially Beyond Gaming actually got a 2v3 in the top. They were able to hold that, use the leverage to then take away the Drake, also get Wako onto a better buy as well. And, you know, this is going to look a little bit scary because the Fate's Call is there. I don't think Jewish team's bottom lane can actually lead the lane at this point. So we could see Beyond Gaming just try to go for a big play mid. I think that's probably the smartest play here. You just try to go for Victor, and then you move your pieces to Herald.
Spotted on the ward, Lakai, knowing that Nat's now warded with the minions attacking him. Kino setting up the barrel chain with WSL, but Lakai has been good at denying them so far. Needlework almost off of cooldown, as he feels confident enough, but Husha's just going to be starting up the Herald by himself. He's snuck over the wall as well, Clement. Senbon's able to help him, and Husha's still not spotted out. I really wonder with Vision Toggle what this looks like, because we know that the ring is right there, but Husha's still not seen.
Yeah, they definitely know he's there at this point, I think. Yeah, Husha would not have been spotted in that situation, but I feel like with Azir heading towards that direction, they probably didn't know that Herald was on.
Yeah, but maybe WSL should be more obvious to it as Senbon comes in. Wall against him. WSL going to be walking the other way as Lakai. Not doing enough to Lacune.
However, nobody gets that.
Yeah, look, the problem is that Senbon just set him towards his mid laner, so no one dies, but Herald does go over to BYG.
I've seen so many people fail to get over that wall as Wukong here. Another example of that one. Let's see if Lee Kai can bait.
Okay, he's got no Cyclone, but Red Smite comes through just before it gets nerfed. Husha's dead.
Dead.
Oh my god, no Cyclone, no problem for Lacune.
That was a weird one. It's just, I don't know what to say. He even had flash. No, he could have survived after the first tower shot. He just kept going.
It's his failure here. We look at the Cyclone that was used, and unfortunate. Zenbon in his debut, his first Azir ulti, and it just sends WSL back up the river.
Kino's also dead, so...
Yep. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
How did that happen?
This feels so much like what we've seen from WSL when he actually wins games.
Yep.
He goes into the enemy jungle, he gets his flash burn, and then he somehow runs away at low health a couple of times. And then all of a sudden, he's 2-0-0. This feels like his Elise game.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it started with a rough bottom lane, but we're looking at ward takes. And Clement, no one really out on the map. Jungle backed.
Okay.
Okay.
I think they assumed that WSL was just off the map, and he was like, nah, I'm just staying here.
So, we got a dragon coming up in a minute 10. Had a bit of chaos, but I will say what's staying consistent, as Husha spotted out by a ward, is that big bottom lane. Now we have to see if it can be a big top side for Beyond as well. TP going to be burned. Husha still thinking about going in with Zenbon over the wall, but with Xiao2 now forcing his TP, Beyond Gaming have a nice road towards that bottom lane. Dragon, Clement, and Husha's still not leaving. Still ward. Okay, Husha, yep, back away, back away.
Husha, there's an open mid lane. You don't
Control
need to drop it top. You can actually just hold on to the Herald and fork for Drake. Just fork for Drake, man.
He didn't. He did not. He backed instead. So, you're right. I mean, he could have just opened up mid, set that fork up in motion with 30 seconds to go towards Dragon, but the Zenbon clears out this wave, and Lacuna is here to receive. It looks like we do have the Jewish team trying to gear themselves up to this next objective. But Clement, my question to you is this. How right now do you contest when Wako is almost at a full item and 40 CS ahead of your AD carry?
So it's definitely possible, but what Jewish team need to do is they need to be in position first. This is not a good team composition to work into spaces. I feel like they're great at holding their own terrain, not so much at pushing forward with this comp. They're very sluggish, and they don't have any gap closers, in fact, on their entire composition, outside of the comp catch, but you're not really sending them forward first. So I feel like what Jewish team need to do is they probably need to give up this tower, and if they really want to contest, they need to be in river first. But judging by the top lane position, I think they're going to hand this one over. I feel like they're still going to know that they have to wait.
I mean, all that gold given over to BYG in the process, though. 2,000 in the lead. Husha continuing to invade. He's on a ward, though. So WSL just going to pop over. Wants the smite steal, doesn't get it. But BYG still yet to have started the Dragon, Clement. I mean, they're not hitting this objective yet.
Yeah, now things actually get pretty interesting. This Trundle is so hard to kill right now. He already has the mythic item complete. And Zenbon's on the wrong side of the fight. Jewish team are going to go in for this.
Enchantress Arrow. Oh, Wako, good dodge. Kino sets it up. The Cannon Barrage, but Dragon still stealable. WSL looking for it as Husha turns to the fight, but now they have no jungler. Jewish team is so healthy. Brand axes the smite here as Wako now looking to hop over the wall, and he gets out while Fang2 gets his kill on Kino. It's a bloody trade here for BYG, but the objective is eventually secure.
Yeah, and I have to say, I feel like Zenbon was just not in the right position. He holds on to the Emperor's Divide, doesn't even get a chance to use that one. He should have grouped or stood on one of the ramps, but instead he was hovering on his side of the river right there. And I'll be honest, I just don't think Zenbon actually did much in that team fight. The positioning was very off for Zenbon. You know, he gets cut off by the two-man. Good thing for Wako to dodge all of this one. And honestly, the Cannon Barrage could have gone a little bit deeper into the middle of the pit right there. So overall, it's a 2-kill for Drake trade. If you're Jewish team, you're perfectly happy with that one.
Yeah, as you said, you know, the scaling edge when we're talking Victor, Gangplank, like, you know, even Ashe utility, how hard it will be to get towards this Jewish team lineup as we get past 35 minutes. So if gold looks to be even, then favoritism for Jewish team, right? But Beyond Gaming still with the gold lead. They still have the double objective and the ability to force Jewish team into some of these early fights. And considering, Clement, we're looking at these items getting picked up, like Immortal Shield Bow, Baby Gwinsu's Rage Blade, you know, it's got a bib on it. We've still got a huge problem in Wako, who seems to have been doing the most consistently through this game outside of Lakai.
Yeah, the big danger here, of course, is Beyond Gaming can just use that bottom lane that's so far ahead at this point to just continuously shove down your towers and deny you a chance to actually get back onto the map. And we do have to mention that this soul is probably the worst soul for Duish Team. It's a Hextech soul that gives a slow for Beyond Gaming. If you're a kite comp, that's the worst.
Of course. Stretch line comes through. We might not even get a soul if the fight works perfectly like that. Pusha gets a kill, and it's Waco's damage that is now being shown on the stage. 5 versus 4, back away from this Herald.
Yeah, nothing much the Duish Team can do here. I do expect this Herald to be dropped into the mid lane. That's the lane where you're going to have a little bit more trouble to crack open with Callista and her melee range. And meanwhile, Beyond Gaming can just hold their formation top.
Clement, I wanted to point out as well, it's actually not just Waco who's a problem. Lakai is 40 CS ahead of Lacune. And with Lacune dying yet again, I mean, this GP might have Trinity Force, but doesn't really have a hope at this point against Lakai, who has the Rift Maker, probably sitting on a lot of gold as well. And he's just accumulating CS as he's even taken jungle camps in the process. He should be onto his second item, kind of like Waco, as they transition to top side. Kino going to get arrowed in the meantime. Husha here for a counter gank, and Waco's the one stepping forward. Doesn't really care. Pillar place, dodges, and shrugs it off.
Worthwhile try for Duish Team. I can't fault them for that one. But Wukong shows up just in time. And if that fight would have gone on a little bit longer, you would have seen Senbong actually get there a little bit faster as well. Burn the teleport from Xiaotu, something like that. So, you know, Duish Team, fish for a play, and they back off quite safely. I think this is exactly the point you want to attack here because, you know, mid lane's kind of a wave clearing fest, and bot lane, you don't really expect your game plan to provide that much help. So trying to catch out the pushing lane of Walker Kino, I think definitely the right move, but Beyond Gaming knew about it as well.
We have seen these arrows used opportunistically. There we go. And, you know, for Bang 2, who isn't going that Leandri's 80 carry build we saw on Friday, you know, not going anything support-like anyway, we are going to get an Ashe who might not have the cooldown reduction, but if that arrow hits Clement, the slow and the follow-up and even the damage will be there eventually. So I'm kind of interested to see how Bang 2 can get himself into the game. Talking about those arrows, talking about a gravity field from Xiaotu, the big potential we've seen so far. However, that feels like it's a long way off because with the 2k gold lead, with the Herald now dropped mid, there's going to be yet another turret taken. All outers but Popper down. And Beyond Gaming continue to push ahead with gold with 5 members mid, and the Sun turret trying to force second inner.
Yeah, Duish Team, they're actually fairly close on the gold in this one, so I do think they will try to contest. Now,
Yeah, I'm just... Might have to cut you off. Okay, arrow.
Waco?
Blocked here, and everything used now for Waco. Face call, but it takes the support away as he flashes out. The AoE enough. Almost. The depth card saves his life. Senbon! The 5-man! When it matters, he comes in to count in his debut game. They set him up to succeed. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi for the triple kill.
Ooh, what a beautiful play from Beyond Gaming. Very dicey on their bottom lane, but the critical thing here was Kino did step up to take the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Means that the duo can get out with the Fate's Call, and that buys enough time for Senbong and then Likai to come charging in. We also saw a beautiful knockup coming in from Usha there as well. Basically, all of the area of effect control abilities were used perfectly by Beyond Gaming, and they just run away with this game.
It's so funny that Senbon has not had an impactful game at all, Clement. But it all comes together for Beyond Gaming as we look at this replay and at how long they survive.
Absolutely, Kino, you know, doing the right thing, taking the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Very dicey by Waco.
Yep,
This needs to happen. But look at this. Camille, not the Camille, sorry. The Gwen going in onto everyone. Senbong getting the 5-man. And Duish Team knew instantly that the fight was over. This is the problem with these super passive tight compositions, is even when they see opportunities, even when the enemy makes a mistake, they can't capitalize.
Dude, that depth charge was just as insane as Senbon though, Clement, in hindsight.
Yeah.
Like, Kino had everyone around the fire circle. Everyone wanted to roast marshmallows at once. And they jumped in, they piled up. But unfortunately for Duish team, when we talk so much about their late game and what they could achieve in this game if it went on long enough, they give over the perfect fight to BYG with Wako and Kino not dying. And the gold now further in their lead. 4,000 with Soul Point coming up in 345. That dragon that you said is going to stifle Duish team so much more. And even now with the map more unlocked, I mean, Lacunai can't be here. Beyond Gaming want yet another turret, and he stays for too long. Needlework flushed away from, but Clement as Enhouse saves his life. Cyclone in. That's an ulti burn. Lacunai still with a cannon barrage, but BYG are that strong. And Duish team looking to fight here. Might rely on the arrow.
Yeah, we do have double TPs coming in from the bot side, coming in from the mid laners. But Beyond Gaming decide not to push their luck. They just use 2 ultimates to catch people, and there's no major objective here to fight. So they just gotta back off, continue to farm away. I feel like for Beyond Gaming, they're pretty much just playing for the Hextech Drake at this point. Once the Hextech Drake comes out, the slow just means that Duish team can't really use their composition anymore. I don't think they can run away from it.
True.
So it's pretty straightforward game plan, and Duish team are the ones that need to set up on objectives before Beyond Gaming. But at this point, Beyond Gaming can also move for Baron. So
yeah,
I don't really see how Duish team come back. I feel like this is a I'm trying to think of the perfect scenario for Duish team to come back in, and it pretty much has to be Wako basically just putting his face in the brush.
Okay. Well, that looks difficult. I mean, because even when Wako has that, he has Fate Call, he has a Nautilus by his side, who, by the way, is going Zhonya's first. One of those real, you know, what was it, spring build, I think? Spring, summer of last year. We saw Leona's Nautilus go heavy on the Zhonya's first.
Yeah.
Keenan doing that because he wants to put his face in and feel the breeze. Clement, how would you feel being Minji right now, by the way? After watching that, like, god damn it, why didn't I get that set up, you know? Why wasn't it me?
I'll just say this. If you're Minji, you should have been able to play Azir. Come on, man. All you need is just one control mage, and you could do this.
True.
Like, that's my problem with Beyond Gaming. They have such strong side laners, but they just need someone to shove away his mid lane. Like, Minji doesn't even have to be a great Azir. He could be, like, an average C+ Azir, and Beyond Gaming would be so much stronger than they are now. But he just doesn't play it, so I don't know. I really can't, you know, the onus is on Minji.
Yep. Yeah, it is. I mean, he's played Lysandra, Clement, you know, control mage. But everything else goes out the way.
I will say, Lysandra is still a champion that puts her face right in harm's way. That's a Minji champion. I don't
more
really
of an initiator, right? Yeah. It's like, I feel like Lysandra borders that line of like, she could be looked at as an assassin, right? Like, great gap close, really good lockdown. She can have 100 to 0, especially if she gets snowballing. But you're right, you know, definitely not the same lines as an Azir, who is 2 items in this game, by the way. Wako almost 3 items. Look at their counterparts. You can see Xiao 2 doesn't have the Shadow Flame built yet. Bang 2 doesn't have his Zeal item finished. They are massively behind, and even look towards the top side with the 60 CS lead. Agent 004 up there in Lakai has a Void Staff. His ulti is going to be fun to watch.
Absolutely. As Beyond Gaming they're fronting for this tower, creating some space, and they're probably just going to turn around for the Drake as it comes up. They have the Azir tower down here. I would say a little bit early.
Yeah.
WSL gets caught out. He's the jungle, so definitely not the person you want to die here. And there goes Beyond Gaming towards the Drake.
And Clement, he doesn't have MR. So Azir, Gwen, can have a great time, even if it's WSL going first, as that dragon is not going to be looked at. Not even an arrow to try and get the AoE out. Duish team are against the Hextech Soul, whether they like it or not. And with Baron there and well-watered, Duish team right now are they headless chickens, Clement? Like, what's happening? Are we Baron? No, Baron. No Baron in the end.
No, they can't do Baron. There's almost no % HP damage on this one. So, yeah, I just feel like they were checking to get some vision while they knew Beyond Gaming were most likely backing and resetting the map. So, So, you know, smart thing to do. Is it going to change much? Not really. If I'm Beyond Gaming, I'm super happy to just go for this Baron right here and right now. I know I'm in a sizable gold lead, and I 100% can chase down Jewish team.
People forget it's not a 50-50 with Kalista, right? Smite, Kalista, Ren does more than Smite. For the full duration of the Baron too, the longer it goes, the more Ren you have, and Sax can do like 2k to take it down. So right now for BYG, with mid turret going down in the interim as well, with all the vision being denied, and actually none left apart from in the back of the Baron pit, BYG have their chance to force them over to this objective and deal the final blow for Jewish team here in this game that matters so much for their almost impossible run to playoffs.
I will say Jewish team do have a lot of AoE magic damage that they can throw on people in the pit. However, Beyond Gaming, I'm still going in. Wow, that's impressive. He missed the wall too.
Yeah, it didn't get anything. I mean, at least he didn't fly to a potential death, but hey, Dredge Line forces him out. That ward's now denied. This is blind, and even though they know it's happening, and they do have an Ashe, look how fast it starts going down.
Yeah, and I think Beyond Gaming are just going to turn on this one. They know Jewish team don't have a good answer. Here we go.
Well, he's not getting in. Depth charge. Kino goes golden, and look at Lakai. Need to work in the back line. And again, Senbon setting out a perfect ulti. Who's just going to get low as WSL is going to die too. It's great here as Banks, who's playing the fight nicely, but Lakai comes in for the snip, and just when you think it's turning back around, Gwen comes in and does her sewing mission once again.
That looked a little bit dicey for a second right there. Beyond Gaming actually lose their front line first as Likai chases up the ramp. But once he comes down, that fight is completely over. Beyond Gaming just slap Jewish team with their wallet, their Baron buff, and their Hex Tech. And they're just going to clean this one up.
And then Mercedes as well, but let's be honest, Jewish team, they're riding around in that small, like, 2004 Holden, you know, Australians know what I mean. But Beyond, man, they're in the Mercedes. They're going around with sunnies on, wearing the Gucci stuff. Right now, Beyond have shown us that through their lane, Zenbomb was such a nice addition. Wako won't even die in the end. Welcome Zenbomb into the Beyond Gaming crew. I think he's going to be here for a while.
Oh, he will be for sure. And this gives just so many more dimensions for Beyond Gaming to play through. I will say Minji was good at his job, which is backline assassination, but this isn't the patch for that. After the durability patch, we knew that Beyond Gaming were going to be the ones hit the hardest, and it kind of was the case. Like, afterwards, you saw the losing streak go through. You really need more of a control mage to have that scaling aspect, to have the fact that you can actually, you know, not be in a deficit in the mid lane. So I feel like Senbong is, if this is his champion pool, we don't really know that much about his champion pool. Like, maybe he only has 3 champions, and if you ban the Azir, he has to play Aurelion, Sol, and Casserole again. I don't know. It could be the case. But if he has a normal champion pool, then I would say he would be a very good, even just as a rotational player, that would give Beyond Gaming so much more depth.
And even though, like, you know, some teams, right, like, we can have players like Minji, right? I feel like OMG are a great example with Cream over in the LPL, but he also plays both. You know, he has flexibility, but he also has those pocket picks as well. You know, with Minji not able to do that, maybe Senbon is a better direction just for the team dynamic, Clement, because further to your point, Lakai is someone who's been doing really well within the lane. Hushra as well, syncing up nicely with both bot and top. Quite a lot in that game on the Wukong. Yeah. And with Wako having such a good split, like, you're right. Mid just needs to sit there, look pretty, and farm it out, as Senbon did.
Exactly. Shove a couple waves, you know, get engages when you need to, be a scaling threat. You know, you don't have to. The problem with most of these melee backline assassin champions is if they don't get ahead early, they're kind of useless late game. So you're betting yourself on tempo. You're forcing Wako to play for a super early game. And a lot of time that leads to Beyond Gaming's downfall as they try to force plays. Taking a look at this draft, I will say that Jewish team kind of looked at the last game and said, you know what? We're going to go with the PST draft that lost. That seems like the good way to go. And they basically drafted the same thing here. It's just like super passive, very much late game oriented. It's very strong, but it has no engage, no ability to capitalize on plays. And I just think you saw that Beyond Gaming were able to walk away with the early game without seeing any sort of a contest from the other side.
And even though WSL, like, there were a couple of moments, good counterplays, right? Oh, we stopped the dive the second time around. Then it happens again. Bang 2 and NL didn't get to play the game. Even with some good arrows towards these team fights, it's like, well, Bang 2 got to auto for once. And he did do a bit of damage in the end, but that would have been so much slower if that last team fight wouldn't have been that close. So, I don't know, Clement. For Duish team now in such a hard position, Sem 9 were eliminated earlier in the day, and although Duish team aren't out, they've now only got 3 games left to play and only reach 5 wins maximum. And Meta Falcon team and Impunity will eventually verse. They'll eventually move off 5 themselves, we're sure of it. And looking like you can win all games here for Duish team, it just looks so hard. But hey, what a surprise that Wako got MVP for this one.
Yeah, I was kind of amazed that they leapt over all the hyper carry options, went still for the Kalista lane, the tried and true lane bully, and they just took it to Duish team's bottom side. Massive lead in the early game. I believe he was up 50 CS before swapping over towards the top side already, and then it was just good escapes, which usually has been the hardest part for Wako. You know, Wako is a player that is kind of prone of getting picked off in the mid game. Didn't really happen this time, and they were able to.
And, you know, the funny thing is, damage gold there, not even high, right? Like, 84% is exceptionally low, but didn't have to do much once he found the lead, and for Beyond Gaming, a much-needed win. But coming up next, to finish off your night, because remember, no J-Team delayed due to COVID, DCG CFO. This is going to be a top-tier matchup, and with PSG losing earlier, this is the tied first. One of these teams has to move up to their solo carry right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Every time, come on over. You always get what you want, but I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. To the end of time.
was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of y'all was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. Risking all, so tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin, so tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. I feel like giving up. You say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
is a feast for the lions. Till it feel alive. Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's a fairy tale in disguise. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time, we're still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time, we're still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. What a time to be alive. We've reached the boiling point, it's overflowing. We'll climb the gates, we'll tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the rush, try to try, we're big enough. We'll find a time, we're still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Summer PCS. My name is Eric, joined by Clement. Thank you to CDBC Bank, who is our official sponsors. Along the lines as well, Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena helping us out with the PCS League operation and full production to get where we are for this final game. Mr. Chu, the battle of our top-tier Titans at the moment, with PSG taking a loss earlier, CDBC and Deep Cross Gaming, or CDBC Flying Oyster, to give them their full name, versus DCG. 7-win streak for CDBC Flying Oyster, 5 for Deep Cross Gaming. These truly are our best teams at the moment who have been on a hot streak.
Absolutely, and we have to start from the mid laners talking about this. We have the mid-game sort of brawler comp coming in from DCG, and you have Nesty on the Talia pick. Probably his best pick right now. He's 4 for 0 on the champion with an 18.5 KDA. It's almost a must ban on his part. And on the other hand, you have Mission, who is our best laner. He's always been able to crush Nesty in lane. However, DCG are proponents of just banning out Mission. The last time they banned, they just straight up triple banned a Mission and made him play something like a Galio, where the compositions looked a lot worse. So I think we're going to see a very similar dynamic right here, where it's, you know, Mission, you don't get to play your late game champions. Nesty doesn't play those anyways. It's all going to be about Mickey.
I mean, Nesty, like things like Talia, Swain, Silas. We can really go into the depth of champion pool, but first, looking at the left side, blue side, I should say, CDBC Flying Oyster, same roster, you know, and the more important thing is, Clement, halfway through the split, you know, Atlan came in and we're like, are they really going to run Atlan? He played 4 games, and then Shun came back, and I have to say, Shun is by far the better choice with what we're seeing on the Rift.
Absolutely. You look at the stats, the laning stats, the plus over 1.3k at 15.
Yeah.
The team fights, there really isn't all that much comparison. You know, I just feel like it might have been a sort of chemistry issue earlier on in the split where they were in Atlan. And with that bottom lane being shored up, I have to say, I still feel like CTBC across the board, maybe outside of the support, have the better players. They, raw talent-wise, I don't think it's a one-for-one comparison at all. But what I will say DCG have on their side is just the drafting. I think DCG has been much more consistent with what they want to play, how they want to play, and I think the players have been able to fill those roles very nicely.
And use these little pockets so well, right? Like Leaky's a great example, who was our MVP of week number 4 for a reason. Things like the Mordekaiser popping up in specific matchups. We also know that through jungle, like Hana's been the only one to pick out the Belveth. We've had a Yone, we've had Nesty pull out crazy stuff as always. Like the Seraphine, you never really know what you're going to get with the DCG draft. And even though, Clement, we have seen a lot of standard drafts, you always have to worry about like those pocket counters, those, I guess, lane bullies that will come through, even though on paper, CDBC Flying Oyster have the better laners. Like Rest bullied Frank Esports YSKM when we saw them the other day. But Leaky has also been a surprise here for DCG.
Absolutely, and if we look at the champion pools here, there is a couple of differences. I will say Leaky typically has been more of the blue side blind pick, and Rest has been, you know, they don't give him the counter as much. It used to be Graves, but now I think they're much more focused on getting the Gnar, and I think that's going to be the big point of the matchup here. Leaky, I don't think he has the same champions like a YSKM, where he can take the Camille, or he would be willing to take the Aurelia to try and counter Rest.
Yeah. There's so many of those picks, like so many players like that in the world, but I feel like here with CFO on blue side, maybe it's going to shift the dynamics as we get into pick ban. Triple mid lane ban already, Clement, and Seraphine against DCG, not really that new.
Nope. We can see that DCG, now without the Corki, they can skip over that ban. They're probably going to ban the Victor next and be willing to leave everything open here. Victor is an interesting champion. I honestly don't feel like Victor is completely ban-worthy, but DCG went for it regardless. So we'll see here if they go for it. If they do, it does mean that you have things like Swain left up. You have, what are some
Silas? Oh, no, so Silas is banned. Galio, Talia. Talia's been first pick worthy, Clement.
I feel like CFO are willing to take the Talia away from Nesty if it does come to it. Like, the remaining options aren't really that enticing. I'm perfectly willing to go for a blind pick Talia early on.
Or is it Gnar? Is it the 6-0 Gnar for Rest instead? Like, would make a lot of sense. Flashing at Leaky And that's good. That's a bit of a call out to the enemy top laner.
He's not picking it. I know he isn't.
He's not. Right? Yeah. Zerios has something open. Okay.
I don't like this first pick. Don't like this first pick at all. I think DCG are perfectly happy going with the Sivir into it, and you are just going to give away some other much stronger picks. They could just go the Yuumi, and I would say just straight up go to Leo at this point.
Good point. Yuumi, you have your AD for the third rotation.
Both Talia and Gnar would be massive takeaways.
Oh, yeah. So, Yuumi comes through as one. I like that you mentioned Gnar. I mean, the Gnar may be priority yet. Leaky's just going to pull it out, and Rest doesn't get a chance to play it yet again. Remember that Leaky is also 3-0 on the Gnar, so worth mentioning the strength of this top laner. Now, Clement, other side. Talia, maybe a takeaway from DCG instead.
Yeah, I feel like they need to take away this one. CFO, on the other hand, might be thinking about a burst combo right here. Alistar does very well against the Yuumi and makes her dismount so much more dangerous, and you can also chain it up with the seismic shove. So I feel like that's actually a fairly good champion pick here. Also a good takeaway from Woody on the other hand. Good against Sivir too, which is the most important part. I forgot to process that in my mind, but Alistar definitely great against Sivir coming in.
You said to me on Friday, you can block one but not the other. You know, so going to be hard here from Chris Carter. They picked the Sivir matchup anyway, even with the Alistar staring him in the face. So a good response here from CFO. Now, Clement, I'm more curious about what gets banned away, because we know DCG have got the Gnar matchup. They want to make it as safe as possible. But Mission has always been a player that, you know, has been one of the greater laners. Like Syndra's been played, things like the Gallia. You talked about Victor. Azir's still open as well. What's your thought process?
Azir definitely taken away already. I would say that DCG probably are looking into Swain, but I know CF4 are just going to ban that straight off the bat.
Yeah.
That's even plays a very, very mean Swain off of that one. Without that, I'm not sure which champions he can go for. There are some Nesty pocket picks that we can just kind of talk about. I feel like DCG still needs some form of hard engage. So something like a Vigar actually doesn't look all that bad in this situation. I'm not sure they are going to pick it, but then again, I'm looking down Nesty's champion pool, and there isn't all that much left. Some outside-the-box picks would be like, I would say Yone and Vigar are somewhat viable against the Talia here.
Okay, well, I like the thought of a Yone, right? But we know that Nesty and Clement, I mean, Gallia's not engaged. We know that. It's always follow-up, so kind of looking at options here. Yone, CFO were obviously thinking the same thing. I wonder if Vigar really is the option, as Hana might even have the Wukong here to supplement part of the engage we talked about, give something a little bit more reliable for DCG.
Yeah, whenever you're playing up against a Zeri, you want to stack that engage and kill her in an instant. Right now, they have good follow-up and chase, but they don't have the, I think, the starter. So Wukong definitely fits into this composition here. For CFO, on the other hand, I feel like they're trying to go into more tempo and more bot lane focus. So Gameplay here does very well in that role. You can have a safe top lane and then just throw the cannon barrage into the bot lane. Help yourself get those tower dives. And you are looking at a jungle pick here. The main idea is you just want to have, I think, crowd control for dive. I would say Diego is fine here. You know, not the best pick. Poppy would obviously be the best pick here, but Trundle, I'm less. I don't really like the Trundle all that much, to be honest. I feel like the Trundle doesn't help you engage, and it doesn't help you tower dive. If they go for the Trundle, I think Viego's a lot better with the crowd control. And I feel like CFO actually are just, you know, they're listening into this broadcast. They're just Clement said Gameplay. Clement said Trundle bad. Viego.
Swap it over. As you said, though, I mean, we don't get DCG with hard engage, but a lot of follow-up engage, Clement. But, you know, it's how reliable is this? I guess I should ask.
For DCG, this is kind of a one-punch composition. You go in, you don't get what you look for.
You're right.
And that's kind of the end. I would say that CFO, I like their draft. I feel like the Alistar was just such a nice tie-in because it deals so well with so many of these engage tools. You see a Galio charging up, you just headbutt him out of there. You see a Gnar coming in, same thing. He doesn't have unstoppable in any of his abilities. You just headbutt him out of there. So I have to give the overall composition to CFO. I feel like they have much more answers to just a straight walk-in coming in from DCG.
Sure, and not only the Alistar, right, but I feel like what we look at on the other side, like the Talia too, against this composition, you know, a lot of one punch, but if you want to escape Clement, if you want to get out, Weaver's Wall is going to stop a lot of those members before they have those cooldowns up and available again. So I do feel like there's a lot of options to delay further mobility. And for CDBC Flying Oyster, I think you were saying, like, okay, strongest solo lanes, strongest individual star talent as well, for sure. Deep Cross Gaming have had the better drafts. That's what you were saying to me coming into this. DCG have had really good drafts, but this time around, I feel like, as you said, really good counters from CDBC Flying Oyster to predict that DCG were going to go for, I guess, this one punch.
I think the main issue I have with the draft is the Yuumi Sivir was just a little bit too early, and I don't think it was necessarily needed. I feel like they would have been much stronger if they just to Leonar instantly. And you still have all the bot lane there to just pick up the champions. You have the Kalista anyway, so they kind of tunneled into playing Sivir Yuumi, which is very, very strong, but we haven't seen it be all that successful, I have to say. It requires a lot of coordination. It's not hard CC right at the start. It actually allows a lot of time for the enemy to react to you, so you have to have things planned out 2 steps in advance to kind of chase down the side lanes. We'll see if ECG can do it.
It's something that's had, you know, like, not only a rough time in PCS, but I feel like a lot of people have been adjusting to it, right? A lot of big changes in Sivir. One of the biggest ones, right? You're not giving that movement speed anymore to your allies. That burst off the start of the ulti, which was so big. And with the chase up as well, with the fact that it's not a hard initiator, more of that late game carry potential. I just, I guess adaptation is what I'm trying to get at here, and we'll have to see if DCG's bottom lane are going to work out fine here, or if that Alistar pick is just going to screw with them a bit, because CFO versus DCG, this is our battle of the tide first. 7-win streak for CFO, and for Deep Cross Gaming, it's more like 5, but both are 11-3, with the winner of this going to 12 towards our final week of the PCS. Clement, we've only got 3 games for both these teams after this as well. And I feel like DCG have an easier schedule. I was talking to you before. For DCG, their schedule looks quite realistic to get first, but this is going to matter if they can pull it off, because BYG, Jewish Team, and Frank Esports should be wins for DCG. But CFO, man, they could completely upset that and deny them from locking in first in this split.
Now with PSG being taken down a peg, we are talking about potentially 2 new teams in the top 2. So that would be massive for either one. I do feel like at the end of the spring split playoff, CFO just kind of ran out of steam. Their decision-making was a lot worse in the final set. And if they can, you know, play a little fewer games, that's going to be a huge boon to them. We are going to get a bit of a level 1 poke in here. Nothing major as Koala just getting vision.
Yeah, making sure that jungle's starting on the bottom side. So a path up to the top side as Leaky is just going to be looked at for now. And I was just wondering, I'm like, hang on a minute. What are we getting up on the top side? Nothing apart from wards into the entrance of the jungle. Defensive wards, in fact, from DCG. While Gemini is also starting on this bottom side and seems to be pathing upward. Clement, walk me through the early game here and lane setup, because with a lot of negativities for DCG and how they draft this, I kind of want to know how pre-6 they get involved, if at all.
I don't think we're going to see much pre-6 at all. I feel like this is going to be a very quiet early game for them. And then it's going to be about where Nesky can move to. This is a super interesting setup. He's not running with teleport. He's running with double mobility summoners here. The Ghost and the nerfed Predator. Yeah, so he has a lot of power in these side lanes, but at the same time, I don't feel like there's enough crowd control for either of these side lanes for him to really invest early on. So I think it's going to be a post-6 move. He's probably going to heroic entrance into one of these side lanes and then chase up with his remaining summoners.
As you said, I mean, there's no CC, like, probably looks to be top, right? Play around the Mega Nard timer, but such a specific window. When for CFO, Clement, does it just come down to scaling on top of that as well? Because I feel like at DCG, we still have really strong scaling elements there. But when you have such reliable, anti-dive, space control, like so many things that come into favor. The CFO, their scaling might be more impactful as let's ignore that because Chris Carter might get stunned up here. At the very least, Sean won't have enough damage earlier on. Clement, my question still stands. Thoughts on scaling and the conversation around it?
So I would say that, you know, if it was a patch ago, I'd say CFO definitely have far better scaling. This patch, Sivir is just such a monster. I feel like she throws off a lot of these calculations. And I will say in the late game, it is very positioning dependent because CFO don't really have a traditional tank outside of the Alistar, of course. So the ricochets, I just feel like even just a 3 auto attack ricochet, a triple tap can waste CFO. Yeah. There's a lot of members here that if they don't take care of their spacing, they could just go down. Overall, I still think CFO have a stronger late game because in the late game, it's just harder to die than just chase down targets in general.
True.
But I would say that, you know, it's definitely possible for a Sivir pop-off to take DCG back up top.
I think what most people forget is the fact that Sivir now, like, it doesn't infinitely bounce and go through everyone, but then never come back. Like, 8 bounces. But if you are, as you said, in a choke, with no one else there, as we look at the 2v2 yet again, it'll continue bouncing back as Koala gets 2 of them, 3 of them. Imagine if that's late game at 3-item Sivir. It's going to hurt a lot more as DCG explore their options in the bottom lane. As you said, there's no CC here. It's going to be hard to kill an Alistar or a Zeri.
They need Koala to engage into this one, and I don't think they will. So this is just Wukong finishing his path and being underneath the tower to see if something does happen. Most likely not, and we actually get spotted.
Yeah, a bit of vision, and for Gemini, straight up towards the Gromp. Already going there anyway, but maybe this opens up the option to clean up towards the bottom side or look towards something mid. At the very least, Clement, I was going to say before that as CFO get the 2 on engage. Again, Koala, that spot of the jungle hurts quite a lot in DCG. They might have the Yuumi, but he's getting some really nice knockups.
So here is where Nesty starts to come into play. He's got that level 5 and shit.
Walking into it, Koala's still here though, and Ghost is burned again. Knocked up Chris Carter is the one that checked this Koala, sacrificing his life as the flash is burned. But the hero's entrance in the nick of time. Sean so unlucky with the timing as Nesty's running at him. Flashes shield to Duran. The counter punch, Clement. It begins.
Oh, they really overplayed their hand onto that one. DCG had an extra summoner coming in from the Yuumi, and then Galio actually ghosted in to make sure he was in range for that heroic entrance. Beautiful stuff by Nesty. Honestly, I felt like CFO actually kind of handed that to DCG. It would not have been possible to make that play unless CFO all-in onto that one. And you know, unfortunately, that's exactly what they did. Look at how much different distance Galio actually gets here. So he starts on the top side of the mid lane and ends up ghosting and running towards the bot, making it in the end here. You know, just looking at this bot lane, great start for Fuscata, flashes to finish off the kill, gets the heal from the Yuumi, and then you just get the chase down from Nesty.
Amazing for the duo, the pathing of Woody standing in front of the Zeri. Like, you can't do anything because your Q is not an auto attack. Well, it is an auto attack. It's an ability auto attack. You know what I mean. I'm not going to explain it. Like, what a pain. But the point is, standing in front of it, Woody was able to deny the damage. Chris Carter survives to assist. Unfortunately, not getting the kills, but still getting enough to pick himself up a Noon Quiver. And Nesty's now on the board. Clement, I guess we're seeing how DCG want to play the comps now that they're level 6. As Gemini has himself a level 6 too. Hana's only 4. Now, mid might be going well, bot might be going well, but I think jungle could be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Hana is this far behind. So far, double. The only thing we've seen him do is actually just go to the bot lane. Now, of course, a lot of this does come off the fact that we did see Wukong nerf on this path, but I didn't think it would be that big of a difference. I'm kind of surprised that we weren't paying that close attention to his pathing.
Yeah.
But he's definitely further behind than he should be. And I don't feel like Gemini actually even invaded on him. So this is just straight pathing diff.
I mean, it's insane. It's, again, almost double. Nesty, the flag goes up, but he's also getting out CS in the lane, as you'd expect of most Galios. He picked up the kill, so the goal's not going to be that much different. And remember, that Predator in lane, plus the fact his hero's entrance is almost available, is going to be a big key factor. But with Gemini outbalancing this, Clement, that I think is going to change a lot with all of his jungle respawning up as well. He's got a Herald as well, with Rest doing pretty well in the GP versus Nah matchup. And Gemini's just going to go for the objective straight out.
That was a little bit too obvious from BP. Bad acting on his part. Galio clearly on the way there, and they also suspect Hana.
The damage. Oh my god. Heartbreak is available. Doesn't even use it. Leaky not going into Meganar. As Gemini stays here, as that Conqueror gets fully stacked, it's just so worrisome. With Gemini now forcing his way into the Herald.
I gotta say, Rest is BM, but he ain't that BM. That was the most obvious bait that Leaky could have thrown at Rest. Rest just backs up, waits until the Galio to show again. And they even kind of guess where Hana is on the map. So, great find for CFO.
Yumi, hang on, going full on in. Gemini flashes against the wall and Heartbreaker's out, but get the final chapter. Jumping back in, the Meganar from Rest. DCG were willing to take this one. Excuse me, it was Leaky who turns the fight with Nesty full on inning as well. Clement, when the ultis come together, that 1-2 punch hurts like hell.
So beautiful coming in from DCG on that one. They managed to get a beautiful pincer, and like you said, it was all about the ultimates. Leaky into the wall, Galio to finish off, and they also caught the Thalia.
Oh, here we go. 1v1 at 80 carry. It's Siva versus Zeri. Through the minion wave, getting blocked out, but the lightning crash down gives so much movement speed. Damage as well. Should keep it going with an auto heal up. Dodges away. Sean gets the solo bolo as close as they come.
Yeah, what a good kite back from Shun on that one. And you can see Cascada, he was trying to chase it down, but he misses the comeback on the boomerang, a bit slower on the speed into that one. We will pop into the topside fight again. I think the key difference here is Mission has a much harder time trying to impact this. He goes down first on the left side, and then Leaky with the flash in for the positioning was so critical. Just getting the two-man wallbang and then finishing off the rest.
As you said, Clement, the punch is huge. Like, DCG used those ultis, all collapsing at once. The damage a bit slow to come out, which also supports your point at the end. But for DCG, when that punch comes down, if CFO are in the middle of it, it's a disaster. And disaster it is with now a 2+K gold lead. And the Herald that was stolen and went over to Nesty. So 2-0 and 3, 2-0 and 1, Soul Lane set up for success. And that jungle lead we're talking about means less and less now that we have seen how much work Hana can do, even being a level or about 30 CS behind.
Yeah, and this really changes a lot of things here because in the mid lane, Galio is so fed to the point he should be able to shove in, completely disregard Mission's Thalia.
Yeah.
And the side lanes are under so much threat. He might not have the Ghost, but he can just walk over with the Predator and start finding damage on the side. So I feel like CFO are now in almost being forced into a completely defensive mode. And if they want to make plays, I think they have to start with mid. It has to be with someone picking out SD.
Sean, as he goes over the wall, lands no damage. This happens with Woody as well, so kind of dangerous as Koala comes back in. But that was Sean having to get out in the nick of time, taking half his health for the trade.
Yeah, we can see CFO trying to look for some ganks into the bottom side. The pings for the blue side went down. But again, it's all about how this Galio can impact those lanes. He can cancel out the cannon barrage quite easily. And I would say will have a lot more impact than the Thalia in that regard too. So yeah, I feel like CFO are left just trying to find Nesty, a kill onto Nesty first and see where they can go from there.
And I would say that, you know, Nesty is 5-0, almost 100% kill participation. I would say that CS normally would be worrying, but as you alluded to earlier, there's so much damage. Everfrost is now completed. And I wanted to look at the other side lane as well, Clement. Leaky's kind of doing what Rest has been doing on this now. 30 CS up right now. That Teamfight ulti was insane. And Rest is behind in a lane for the first time, I think, in a very long time. I don't think I've seen Rest, you know, in a dangerous position, despite being the GP, in quite a while.
Yeah, and this is down 30 CS, which is quite a bit to look at. I don't think he's going to be coming back into this lane anytime soon. So CFO basically have to wait on and try to see if they can use the Weaver's Wall and choose damage at this point to claw something back. Now, Cruzcata is by himself, so that could be an opening here. As CFO, don't want to give up this Infernal Drain.
Ward on the back of the pit. Gemini is still quite fed here with the Kempung Chainsword, but Nesty using himself the ulti as Gemini. Heartbreaker, yep, he's out. And can't get the steal. DCG in with the Infernal now as the Hexed Soul comes in. And Clement, what do you think this time? Because you had a pretty strong opinion about it last game. Kind of curious who do you take?
Definitely more favorable to DCG, I think, in this situation. The keep away is less useful when you're trying to kite out other people, and I think it's a little bit more beneficial when you're actually chasing down targets.
Nice and Quiver, though.
Yeah, that's going to be some pretty bonkers use of the next second.
Yeah, on ricochets as well. Like, it's I don't know. Does it follow up on all ricochets? Surely it wouldn't. It's just the first proc, right?
Yeah, I think it's the first ricochet only.
But
on hits.
To be fair, if you're ricocheting that much, 8 bounces, by the time it goes to someone else, you know, maybe we're like 10 seconds down the track. You get the second Proc Soul, and it comes through all again on constant reset as junglers going to meet each other, but look at Woody now on top of Hana. And going so deep here is to force Gemini back. And it's right before the next Herald spawns up in 30 seconds. As Shun moves to top side, and Koala now solo defending out a turret, but DCG are beelining it to the top lane. As Nesty with the Predator. Gemini mission now scared to kite back, but kite back they'll do so successfully. As DCG aren't slowing the pace anytime soon.
That's a really fast Galio trying to walk out here. It looks like CFO are just going to try and slow people down, see if they can get a lucky pick with the Cannon Barrage, but they're not actually committing members to the full-on interchange this fight. They know the chase potential is off right there too high. So they're happy to just feed Rest a little bit for CS, get him in position here, and I'm interested to see how they can use the tempo that they've now acquired in the mid lane and bot lane to set up for something elsewhere. They can still very much use the Weaver's Wall. I don't think we've seen a Weaver's Wall just yet. But this would be a good opportunity because someone has to pick up the mid, someone has to pick up the bottom side, and maybe Talia can go top.
30 CS lead from Mission, you're right, we have not seen one. For this mid lane Talia, I think, was it you and I having the discussion where a lot of Talias these days, it's not the first couple of walls, like, you know, what we say with Twisted Fate and other global or semi-global ultimates. Like, for these Talias, it's these third, fourth dragon fights. It's these second heralds or, you know, Baron setups as well. That means so much to Talia is, you know, we're going to have to wait and see. Mission is still one of the greatest mid laners in the PCS. We have that expectation that this Talia that is almost 50 CS up will be able to get up and set up one of those walls.
Yeah, and all it really takes is just one seismic shove onto the back line.
That's it.
Cruzcata, you know, Sivir, still a very short range champion, 500 range, so if you can find that with the spell shield down, then that instantly wins for the fight here. It just seems like a little bit too late here as Koala tries to just like cheeky look back on the Herald.
Yeah.
Interesting play.
Maybe I try to get the knockback so he can get a pulverized around. Maybe it's a big brain play. You know, DCG walk next to the Herald, they feel safe. But speaking of safe, I mean, that turret is a breeze away from falling down. So for DCG, still looking for their first turret blood. As we pan down to the bottom lane, Rest now has 500 doubloons, so he can get the first upgrade on his ulti. Will CFO shift their jungler to top side to try and force down Nesty.
Nesty does have the magic shield still. It's going to be very hard to take down. I don't think they can manage this unless Nesty walks into a combo. Not going to do so. Actually keeps his distance and just uses the Winds of War, which was buffed on 12.13. Get a little bit more percent damage coming from that ability.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's going to be doing a lot of damage considering he's fast-tracking to his second item as well. Nesty is someone who, so far this game, has been the better mid lane, as we said. As forward goes Leaky, Hana's behind him. That's why bully out Rest. That's a good game plan from DCG as Hana survives in the back end, and this turret is going to be dropping, making the second turret in a matter of minutes for Deep Cross game.
Yeah, massive lead for them, and this opens up the entire bot side for the chase down. As we have Mission with the TP here, I think he's just trying to get into position for the next break.
Yep. He's got a needlessly large rod as well. But hey, DCG almost up 4,000 gold. I mean, this third dragon, we're going to have to see a pretty good Weaver's Wall because almost on second items is Chris Carter, as Zonya's just picked up by Nesty Clement. And that Trinity Force up by Leaky as he backs away should evolve too. As we're going to get the dragon started, but DCG just aren't here yet.
All right, let's see if we can get the first Weavers. Should be easy, and they don't even need it.
No war.
As we have tempo TPs going up onto the other side to take the top lane tower. So CFO at least avert disaster and give themselves even more time to scale up, especially for the game.
I was going to say, but Leaky does have himself a dead man's plate. So we have second item here. Kind of interesting. We've always seen Black Cleaver. Like, this Gnar is obviously Clement. A little bit more focused about that all-in we talked about and living to see the fight so that, you know, Chris Carter can clean it up.
Yeah, Dead Man's is very situational. I would say it's a little bit better in lane and better in chase downs.
As going under turret, maybe he's going to keep it alive for a little bit longer. Under turret, Koala doesn't get the stun though as Leaky jumps back in. Ambitious from the Gnar as now Shun is here to help the fight. Weaver's Wall, Clement, it's not coming through because Mission is looking towards the bottom side for now. So unfortunate here is, oh no. Mission has Flash Cleanse available, flashes over the wall, and is having one hell of a quiet game.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that, you know, Talia was kind of the forced pickup here coming in by CFO. I don't really think Mission's Talia is on the same level as something like Nessie. I feel like he lacks a bit of that, well, you know, I'm just going to leave lane and so be it kind of attitude coming in from his side. So very quiet from him. And Hana's coming in.
On the hunt actually popped as well, and Hana's sprinting at them as Nesty flashes for the Everfrost. There's the ulti from Shun in the backline as he tries to cut it out, but Nesty explodes his counterpart. DCG with a pick, and you can't build a wall if you're dead, Clement.
Very true words being spoken right there. Beautiful stuff from DCG. Look at the angles that they're cutting through. They're coming from the old jungle of CFO. So CFO don't really have a time to react to that left flank. We also have to remember that right now, Sivir, if she gets one of those takedowns, it's going to reset that on the hunt and go even further with a Yugi on top.
And the cooldown reduction or ability haste is now called that you get with, you know, those auto attacks, 0.5 on each of your abilities. Like Boomerang Blade comes out left, right, and center, ricochet galore. It's so nice to have late game Sivir in a team fight now because it's just so reliable, Clement. As for Chris Carter, he picked up the rapid fire cannon, so speaking of reliable, he'll now have the range. While Renan's Hurricane is an interesting purchase here from Shun, and I guess he knows that he is going to be the one who has to kite it out.
I think he understands it's a dive comp. Let's see if Rest gets a dive out of this one, as he does get the slow.
Mega. He's just autoing it to death. Rest ulties. Leaky goes Mega against the wall. See you later, kid. All right, Rest getting bested. Never thought I'd see the days. The Weaver's Wall is good. Chris Carter running away, but Nesty's ulti, no denied. He can't get out in the nick of time, but the shielded around actually ends up killing Koala. And I'm an Australian. I know that's a reason to call the police, as it is a 1-for-1. And CFO finally making use of the play, but it's in response with the whole map burning in the process.
Yeah, Leaky with the solo kill in the bot lane, decides not to head top, gets a little bit back. But, you know, we are seeing some opportunities open up on the flip side. Finally, a good use of the Weaver's Wall to try catch backline. They got the flash onto Kriskata, which makes him that much more vulnerable to Mission later on. So we'll see if that does end up panning out. We're going to watch the top lane play again. I believe this was actually started by DCG. Yeah, they weren't just happy with the two-man on bot. They wanted a little bit more. And that turned out to be a bit over-aggressive as he tries to pee him out and get stopped.
Slummy takes Koala with him as well. It's like, how dare you? CFO, again, that's the most proactive play we've seen in this game. And it comes off the back of DCG still trading out for the better because Innatar on the bottom side almost goes down. DCG were able to give Leaky that solo kill, or at least he took it himself, as DCG now know that CFO are gearing up for the Dragon. But Clement, my concern is that there is a 50 CS lead top laner who almost has himself a force of nature, and we almost have a Banshees from Nesty. Like, they are accelerated.
Absolutely, and whoever that death man plate touches is gonna get trapped.
Hana maybe not reading the patch notes as well as Koala finds Nessie, but the Everfrost use is so good. The poke as well from the Boomerang Blade. Chris Carter's already gotten the on the Hunter's Leaky. Now has a mini Nah as he goes Mega. The Yumi helps out. Mission is destroyed. And CDBC Flying Oyster are not flying in this game.
Mission just hasn't been able to find some good positioning here. That's the, one thing I do criticize about him a lot is particularly doesn't play all that safe on champions that are relatively lower range to begin with. That's going to give DCG the second Hextech Drake. CFO, I still think this composition is strong enough where they can come back into the late game, but they're not holding on all that well. What we've been seeing is CFO constantly getting picked off in the middle of the map just with these flanks coming in, and I don't think they realize that the dead man's plate was really there. That's going to keep someone in place right there. They have a good anti-ramp, but I don't see the reason to chase on the left side. I feel like that was way over ambitious, and it kind of goads Mission to go into a bad spot. Walking over that ramp, definitely not the place you want to be.
And we kind of talked about DCG's comp in draft, right? As you said, ult-reliant, one punch. The other thing we didn't mention is if DCG find themselves ahead, like this Zipper adds so much follow-up. The movement speed as well, Clement. Like, Leaky is taking names now with the force of nature. Hana's in a great position as well, despite being... He was like 30, 40 CS in jungle down in the first 10 minutes. Has now caught up, now taking over. And... even though there's like CS leads elsewhere, topside, in reverse mid, bots even, I think the biggest thing to take away right now is that DCG know how to pull a trigger. That's what we've known them for, is maybe CFO going to do a little bit of that as Koala comes through, Weaver's wall to zone him out. But as Mission comes down here, Baron is being started. Leaky looking for the TP, but he won't be able to find it with the seismic shove as he buys time. A Hop looking for availability, and Leaky still there. He's going to get over the wall, almost kills Mission, who flashes. But in the meanwhile, Cannon Barrage comes up on the top side. They don't have enough damage, and DCG's attempt is thwarted, so a CFO win it will be.
Well, that was such a smart play from CFO. They actually only expend 1 TP, making it look like 2, and Mission is actually able to hold on to his teleport and still get another wave. So really smart play by CFO right there. When you see the TPs, you really don't know if it's a 1 TP or a 2 TP, so you kind of have to back out, respecting that anyway. And I'd say CFO with a very decent comeback, they cut the gold lead to 2.
They did. It was looking pretty dire. I mean, that one pickoff delaying Baron as well. And finding the shutdown on Leaky, that's the more important part. Clement, did you see who went to? Is it Mission or Rest who picked that up? Because either way, never mind. Doesn't matter because Gemini is going to be flashed on, but he has the Unbreakable. But hey, what did I say? They can always pull a trigger. DCG don't back down, and with the TP in, it's go time, baby.
There's also no smite on the other team, so DCG should have this on a lock. The only question, I think, is can CFO damage this with the Weaver's Wall? Can they get some stragglers on the way out?
Hughes goes. Well, Mission wants to come on in. Good poke down. Leaky about to go Mega Nah, though. Seismic shove backwards. Will it kill him in time? No. As they turn for the play outside the pit, forget the Baron. They want to kill them all. As Leaky
gets
drops
one
on down, though. Shun is still free firing. DCG is 3-man.
They got a 3-man.
Mission's quiet all game. Then he pops up and hits them with that one.
Oh boy, what a massive play coming in from CFO. I feel like DCG actually overchased a little bit on that one. Sivir was dealing out so much damage. They could have held the pit there and just get the clean smite off. But they chase, and Mission is able to turn around. I think the most critical thing there was that the focus fire was on Koala. And Koala, before he goes down, he still is able to get a second Q off in the fight. That was absolutely huge with the knock-up and the time buy. So we're going to watch this one again. Gemini, of course, we know gets caught off. I think most people just forget about Hextech Drakes. We see this so often. They just kind of forget that the enemy can get back on the map quickly. So that happens. And let's watch the turnaround from DCG. The big problem for them is
they focus down on Koala, and Koala's very taking care at this point. He has the ultimate there. It takes a long time to kill him. They aren't able to focus up on the Shin, and Koala even gets to get a knockup on the end on the Leaky, most Fed member here, and this is the play. Oh, the three-man.
Dude, every time we, if we chat badly about Mission, then he just pops up like he's back. I'm so sorry, Mission. Father Mission, I'm so sorry. Please. 3 items, that 3 knockback is now brought him back into the game. He's flame horizoning Nesty, and he always had a big CS lead in this lane, but just wasn't relevant. And now we've got a CFO that have almost matched in gold, Clement. 500 to the lead, which is nothing. And they can contest this dragon. Look how confident they are now.
Shin also has the Infinity Edge. This is absolutely massive. He's going to get that before Chris got a big damage spike here. As long as they keep Koala in the front line, they should be fine.
Leaky has no Mega Knight.
Hold on to the W.
Leaky has no Mega Knight yet as well. Worth mentioning here as Dragon resets for a moment, taking the Yuumi on track as Leaky about to go Mega CFO. It'll depend on this ulti. The one punch there with Nesty having his own, but as they get zoned off and the steal doesn't come through, even as close as it was with the smite, DCG pick up the 3rd Dragon, and even against the Baron-Up team, as the Baron-Up team, DCG now trying to find opposite angles to push forward and equalize some of the goal.
A little bit surprised about that from CFO. I actually felt like they could have tried to play that a little bit more. Get some more.
Riscata knocked back. Okay, the Cannon Barrage is actually going to turn it anyway. The final chapter of Hana tries to spin his way out of there, but Koala is unbreakable for a reason. With Hana dying, CFO with the 5v4. DCG have to piece out of there. Clement, we are starting to see CFO just run with it when DCG have no more steam in the tank.
And after this, I feel like CFO are going to retake the gold lead, just clearing up the jungle here. This is the problem I feel like with DCG's composition. Once you start losing some of those fights, the weakness of Galio becomes very apparent because you're just missing someone in terms of the damage profile here. So DCG are hyper-reliant on Criscata for their damage, but unfortunately their kill allocation is pretty poor. Criscata has 0 kills so far out of 12. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but also just the fact that this composition does kind of have that expiration date.
Just picked up the Infinity Edge, but 0, 2, and 5. Further to your point, he's been behind considering that the whole of the map has been focusing around Leaky's lane, around the jungle interference provided by Hana. And, Nesty is 110 CS behind. He might be matching items for now, but they are utility items, Clement. Banshees, Zhonya's. We're only just getting towards the Void Star 4th. Whereas you look on the other side, Mission has a Shadow Flame, which against Galio is just so OP. Against all the shielding that comes through from Yuumi, the value coming out of Mission right now is massive. And with the Void Staff on top of that, it is just going to be hell for Criscata if he ever gets caught again. So for DCG, Clement, give me a bit of a roundup because Baron's coming up in a minute 30. And I want to know what they do to bring this game back with the semi-global they have and the Sivir who is getting into that scaling point.
So DCG still have a good shot at just bursting someone down and just killing them. So the main thing here is I think that whenever they know Alistar is somewhere else, they can make a pretty proactive play. So as we just saw, Koala in the mid lane trying to pick up some of those stacks and experience. Then DCG can move in very deep into the top side. Same happens if Leaky gets to get a bit of a split push and they get Gameplank on the other side. Then they can move in. But right now, if they move in 5v5 and they just run at CFO, I think CFO are going to make them pay. The damage here is just way too high. You're going to be rushing through these barrels, and the Zeri is also extremely fed. Not to mention, Mission can kind of one-shot your front line at this point. So DCG are hyper-reliant on side lane picks, and for CFO to not be able to respond in equal numbers.
And let's be real, items like Zhonya's kind of counter that as well, right? You buy time, you give CFO windows after everything's been exhausted, and the Zhonya's that was just picked up flat out by Mission here as he shows an item advantage over an ST. I also mentioned while you were talking there, Clement, that the Infinity Edge has been picked up, of course, before. LDR's the one I'm trying to say, for Shun. So full item advantage between the AD carries. As Dragon's coming up in a minute 15, Baron's now up again. Gold is neck and neck, and Leaky in a Meganar. It's going to come down to him, but a ward's there. And so this Meganar is going to run out of steam, and CFO just back off and play with the time.
Really nicely done by CFO here. They actually bait Leaky to overcommit a little bit, come in, and great positioning there by Koala. You can stop the Meganar from engaging on you by just headbutting him away. So, good positioning. They give Gangplank a little bit more time to get his Infinity Edge now. And this is where Cascada's life starts to get pretty hard. He is outranged without the Ricochet or Boomerang. So, I just feel like in these team fights, you have to see Hana go in first. You have to see a really close coordination with Leaky and a Nesty, or else they're just going to get blown up.
Just walked over there. Spidey senses from Nesty. They're not able to get the Banshee's Veil, which is going to help him out, but as Baron has spawned, CFO with this very fed Zeri. I'm going to do this so quickly, and look, Leaky's not nearby. No Meganar. Clement is just going down with TP being burned. Baron is going to die. They commit to the play as Chris Carter runs on in, looking for those Dream Ricochets. Look at the lineup. Ricochet, 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 Ricochet. It bounces, it hurts, but CFO are out in the nick of time. Now with the neutral and this top side push.
Super smart play coming in from CFO. They understand that Leaky is the only one that can realistically survive an engagement. They see he goes mini, rush the Baron down, and DCG are still not in position right here. Gnar isn't here. For more.
And so they're going for dive. I mean, Nesty needs 5 good dodges, though as Hana goes in, but he's going to be burnt to a crisp as he jumps on. Hextech Dragon taken, but the base is now broken. They don't have a jungler. Chris Carter needs to be the one to defend as CFO are backing away after that free inhib.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was totally worth it here, but we have to remember DCG now have the Hextech Soul, which means that if just one fight goes well, they can chase down the entirety of the composition right here. An interesting trade for an inhibitor, for sure. But, they're still going to have this buff when the inhibitor comes back up.
That's right. And look, Clement, there is a lot of wave clear because of one champion in the game, let's be real. Chris Carter is now got his LDR too. So he caught up a little bit there with... He's just been picking up so much CS. We're getting to 400 CS Sivir. Not the same win con, but definitely feels like late game 80 carries are where we're going to be talking next. Hell, Rest as well, right? Rest is someone who's been bullied all game long, but this GP who has been farming up, catching up to Leaky, now has 4.5 items. Rest is massive, so that barrel chain can also catch us by surprises. Good Weaver's Wall to set up for the inner tower plot.
And also just taking a lot of unnecessary damage, but should be fine on that one. And DCG, this is so hard for them because they can't find any of the flanks. CFO doing a really good job at sniping people across walls and also denying Digit. There's only one Biz ward onto the left side, and I feel like that's too easy of a ramp for CFO to just seal off here. So
yeah,
they're just going to move across the map, continue to do this, and will likely play towards the bottom side inhibitor as they have the top open.
But just look at that Baron power play. 4,500 over that here for CFO. They've taken so much with this one objective. And, we come back to how CFO ramped into the game, the scaling we talked about. It's at that point we are getting max items. As Shun's going to back now too. Is that GA fully complete? Yes, it is. Full items on the Zeri. And almost full items on Mission, on Rest too. Clement, we are just hitting that point, so we're getting mega late. Tell me a little bit again about your favoritism for who scales better, because I think it's going to be a hard job for DCG when, as you said, Nesty is not holding that same punch as he did earlier in the game.
I definitely think CFO have the better late game comp. We talked about this in the draft phase as well. As long as CFO don't group up for a big Meganar chain, I think they're fine. They can survive the initial burst damage. And right now, it's not like the earlier mid-game where Galio damage actually matters. It doesn't. Wukong damage doesn't matter. So, it's CFO basically just have to look at Sivir. And that's all they need to pay attention to. Once Sivir goes down, no damage on DCG, you'll roll through the entire composition.
Just note, by the way, like all those members that can get onto Sivir in the backline, Gemini has a Frostfire Gauntlet. So we got Tank Viego coming through with the Kempunk Chainsaw, or Bruiser more like it. But so many ways to survive here. That initial burst we keep talking about. So makes it harder here for DCG as CFO look at the sync up. Topside wave crashing in, rest waits, bottom waits as well. CFO going to make it so all these waves are coming in at the same time, but Sivir exists, so never mind.
Oh, that boomerang clear is just...
yeah, ready again?
That's depressing, to be honest.
W. Goodbye, minion wave. Best thing about Sivir, does the wall matter? No. Chris Carter simply presses W and Q, and it's gone. So getting into the base is going to be a different thing completely.
I like CFO tried. You know, they did exactly as I said. They were like, no, the top lane's pushing. Super minion wave. Let's go bot. This is smart macro play. And Sivir just says no. No, I feel like that kind of feels a little bit unfair with how far the Ricochet can reach on the minion wave, but this is where we're at. I feel like CFO need to change tack. Gonna have to play for the Elder this time around.
Dude, the fact that it goes 8 now and it can bounce between minions.
Yeah.
The crazy thing was before, it would go to every minion indefinitely and it would clear waves. But if you have a short minion wave, remembering that there are only 7 minions in a wave, you know, in a cannon wave that is, it feels super easy. It's now for the setup, the barrel chain not connecting. We're grouping around mid, Clement, as Chris Carter continues to just wave clear and be a bot. CFO moving up towards Baron, but Elders in a minute as well. These timers could sync up.
Baron's going to come in first, so I think CFO are doing the right thing here by putting their foot down onto the top side. Again, they have a lot of barrels, and DCG don't have a lot of range. So they're holding on to a very strong position here. And I feel like DCG needs some sort of a flank to go in onto this one. But Leaky's still so far away. I wonder how Leaky will approach this. He's even clearing the minion waves, so CFO are happy to just start this one.
I mean, TP's available, but Mega Gnar, as you said, it's going to be popped now. So if he TPs, it has to be on the dot here. As Baron comes through, and it's gone. Okay, DCG, now's the time not to take the fight back away, as Elder's going to be up in 20 seconds, Clement. And the extra bit of stats here for CFO might do them good for the upcoming fighters. Teleports in from Leaky just to be here.
Yeah, you know, getting a BF sword, definitely not a bad thing, but here comes the slows.
Chris Carter in a choke, Chris Carter in a choke. He's got the ricochets, and I do not want to see CFO move to a choke against the Sivir, Clement. I feel like that's another condition as to how they could lose the game, is with Baron. They're channeling up the mid wave, but Elder's going to go down. It's going to go down super quick. They need to get here. Weaver's wall, 4K, 3K, cannon barrage, right? Oh no! DCG get the Elder. Leaky's gonna go Mega Gnar, and even though they've taken a massive chunk, CFO can't fight. DCG with the Elder.
That was the worst wall possible! I don't understand the wall! What was that mission? He literally walled off his entire front line.
People didn't believe in the wall at first, did they? And then they still didn't believe in the wall. And then there was no wall. You know what I'm referring to? Everyone out there understands. Mission's wall there, not as good as what we saw in the side lane. DCG to have the Elder. And Clement is not permanent, but this buff is going to allow them to take these 5v5s when we weren't so confident.
Oh man, that one definitely was an interesting play right there. CFL still had a pretty decent chance of walking in onto that one and, you know, contesting, but oh, the angle on missions, Talia just, oh man, that one was a weird one. That one definitely tells you that, you know, Talia definitely more of a takeaway pick than what CFO picked themselves most of the time. So I think DSG, this is a great chance for them to just get an inhibitor. I don't think CFO are going to be able to contest. The teams are close enough, and the engage is dangerous enough to the point where I feel like they can just go for this. And you can even see, you know, mission's not even here.
Oh my god, rest. Hang on. Clement, the problem is, you know what I'm seeing? Ricochet near a turret. And with Elder, Rest can actually just die from the passive. Now he has the GA, but with Elder coming in and a Mega Gnar as well, Sivir on turret control is so strong. As Nesty looks for an angle now with the flash. The flank here. Not the flank, rather the escape from DCG. He's going to be taken, and inhibitor now broken. Base damaged. DCG giving back some of the medicine recently given out by CFO.
Yeah, and this top one is going to chain into, I believe Baron buff might come up a little bit sooner compared to the Elder. Yeah, it will. So
yeah, it will.
They get the bot lane, they chain that into another big objective top, and this is one where CFO, I feel like they can still wait it out just fine. They do have the wave clear to survive this one, but I don't think they have the timers. I'm not sure if they have the timers for Baron. They will have the timers for Baron. So they will be able to walk in onto the Baron without the Elder Dragon. But I think this is also still the best place for DCG to strike. There's a lot of distance there. They do have the Hex Tech sold to be able to chase targets down. I feel like the game has shifted now to where DCG are just looking at that objective. This time, I don't think they're going to let CFO rush it. They're just going to walk there, use the Elder Drake to kind of ward everyone away, use the bot lane and super minions to pull CFO and just start the Baron.
It's so close, though. I mean, gold irrelevant. Soul's still there for DCG. Remember that they took that as Leaky now in a side lane. But look, it's because they were spotted. CFO was spotted through mid. And Leaky, now as he takes this, is going to get no complaints from anyone in CFO. This will drop down, opens up the inhibitor turret next, and Leaky just adding pressure 2 minutes before the Baron. And Clement, I have to say, 44-minute game, and Shun's going to stop the back. Weaver's wall might be hop out here. Is this a crucial mistake? No, he does it too early. He'll go into Meganar, but Nesty needs to help him. Flashing onto Mission, trying to get the mid laner, not popping the ulti. Good relief bounce here as he survived, because Nesty now nearby as Koala is caught in transition, but he has the unbreakable will. With Yuumi on top, Koala flashes on. And that means CFO now. There's a couple of tools down, but also those flashes mean so much in the late game.
That was beautifully done there by Leaky. He actually goes into close range versus Shun, dodges a lot of those burst fires, and then turns around onto Mission to force the Zhonya's and to just walk away. Beautiful stuff from him, and that's going to lead into a situation where we have a 40-second difference between the Baron timer and the Elder Drake. Also, if you look at the inhibitor, that's still 220. So it means that DCG, if they clear out this bottom wave, it's already double super minion stacking onto this one. DCG.
Clement.
Yeah?
I'm going to say one thing to you because I'm worried if the fight's going to start off. I need you to tell me 6th item Navori quick plays Chris Carter. He sold his boots, and as we get toward the fight, the reason I have to interrupt you is because the Shun goes over the wall. It means this Sivir is absolutely unleashed. DCG forcing out yet another flash here from Rest. Clement, you're up again because with Baron now 30 seconds away, CFO are getting caught out left, right, and center.
Yeah, this is so hard for them to walk in, and they can't escape here. They're relying on the TP from GP, so if I'm DCG, I'm just going to charge at you. Once I get the chance, all I need is one auto attack, get the Dead Man's Plate slowed down, and I can start the chase.
Dead Man's Plate and Hextech Soul.
Oh, true.
There's so much slow here. And remember what we talked about with the ricochets. You know, you get to the point where the cooldown comes off and a ricochet hits because it's bouncing so many times. And as Leaky goes Meganars and zone them off, look at the damage. 6-item Sivir that just takes his Cannon Barrage being used once again on the objective. Smite needs to come in. Hana finds it quite easily. Rest taking damage on the back as here's the hero's entrance, but it is defensively used to get out in the nick of time. Ricochets galore. And CFO now heading towards the Elder. 10 seconds, Clement, a 46-minute game. It comes down to this.
And we have Leaky coming back with full HP. There needs to be a good barrel chain onto the back line. Kriskata needs to go down.
Yeah, and Hana goes with the setup. I mean, Chris Carter doesn't have the Yuumi.
Mission,
they're looking for Mission, but look, Mission by himself. Leaky coming back in as TP burn. At least they get the flash out, but that was one from Hana. While CFO now have 5 members. Mission low, but Nesty with an angle. TP. Look at Leaky.
They're going to finish the game here.
Chris Carter's running forward. Koala's already popped the ultimate. Shush comes in, but again, new Sivir just hurt so much. Hana's buying time, stopping them back. While Leaky's on the last turret, Chris Carter's still alive, and even with GA, Sivir is now absolutely bonkers. Is that the best late game scaler, Clement? I don't know, but with a triple kill going down and Leaky going into GA, he might not end the game, but he makes it so damn close.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v2 onto the bot lane here. The question is, can they actually wave clear this? I don't think so.
No.
DCG, though, let's see. They're going to go with the minion wave already in mid, at least double inhibitor for now. But the timers are still 30 seconds up. I think
Ricochet against turrets. Breast running forward doesn't get the barrel. So Chris Carter survives for now, runs up to this GP. And DCG in this match matters so much. This could be what they look back on. And where they secured first here with our first place matchup, going over to Deep Cross Gaming.
Oh, beautiful game from DCG to take this one down. A lot of nail-biter moments. We have to start from the very get-go here. DCG found great uses of Nesty's Galio. They really caught Shun off guard in the bot lane. To be honest, Zeri was winning the lane the entire time, but after the 2 kills went over to the side of Cascada, that no longer was the case. And then we saw a huge Herald fight that gave Nesty a 2-0-3 start into the game. That was the setup table for them to snowball a lot of these Drakes, to control the mid lane. And then we saw the comeback from CFO. It was double Baron steals taken before DCG could even react. It was starting to get to the point where we saw Shun was actually in the lead. There was a Flame Horizon in the mid lane. But I think the biggest problem here from CFO was just they weren't able to close down on the Elder Dragon. But we're going to take a look here at the last team fight. Again, CFO had already lost a lot of HP for this coming in. We have Leaky rejoining the fight, and Hana also rejoining the fight with a full refill here. Vision tries to interrupt the back, gets caught out on the top, and this is just such a smart move right here because they see that CFO start the Elder Dragon, and then they immediately go for the TP play. They don't even see them start it, they just go for the TP play, forcing the re-engage on the other side here. Now, this actually was kind of a... all in all, I'm not sure I really liked this play. It was very close, but because you could tell that Cascada could have gone down to Shun right there. It just was a great spell shield on Cascada that actually prevented him from being knocked up. If he actually got knocked up there, he was dead.
Yeah, true. I mean, he goes into GA though, right? That was the problem. We're in late game. GA's come through from pretty much everyone. And I don't know, Clement, like late game 7 now, I just, after watching that is insane damage. I'm ready to look at the numbers. But I want to say for DCG, as I said at the end, this game matters so much for them because their schedule looks so much easier than CDBC Flying Oyster. Now moving to 6 wins on their streak, beyond Jewish team Frank Esports, we could actually have a new first place team with Deep Cross Gaming potentially being able to finish at 15 with the way this team's looking.
And I think a big storyline is we can start to question, is Leaky just the best top laner there is? We saw Rest put YSKM in his place, and now Leaky is doing the same thing towards the Gangplank on this Narm. It's looking like the top lane is super competitive between these 3 players. Just going back to the draft a little bit, I actually felt like DCG versus CFO, this draft was still fine for CFO. It was just they gave over way too much early game control to DCG. If they were equal, I felt like this game actually would have gone quite smoothly for them. Shun was very far ahead throughout most of the game, and you can see the Galio dip. Even with a fed Galio, it comes mid-late game. He's not able to farm up much. He has to stick with the team, and you see the Flame Horizon there. So I would say this is DCG just outplaying, understanding their compositions a little bit better than the side of CFO, rather than kind of a straight draft.
Which is a common theme, right? As we look at the damage. Oh my god. How did Gemini do 4,000 damage when he started with like a 40 CS lead? Wait, Gemini did less than... No way. Gemini did less than Koala?
Oh, yes.
What?
Yes. And I think it's kind of easy to understand what happened right here because, number one, CFO just weren't getting kills. So he wasn't able to switch onto anyone. We saw Cascada just being alive the entire time. So that was one of the big things. And the other one is, I don't think that Diego does a whole lot outside of the tower diving phase. The answer was we're supposed to all in on this bot lane with the Alistar as the counter here. It did work out.
Let's go, though. We know it had to be the 6-item Sivir. 38% damage. It can go higher, Clement. Not enough. We can go higher. We can go to 80k next time. 48,000, that's good. But Chris Carter, you know, you can go even higher than that. I mean, that was such a long and hefty game. And to be fair, that Chris Carter was talked about, as you said, Clement, I can see a world where Sivir can win these fights.
Yeah.
You know? And Sivir did win those fights, along with other elements coming through. But Chris Carter just didn't like dying. So nice to see Sivir get that 600 CS win condition, I guess we'll call it.
This is the weird thing. I actually feel like Sivir's more worthy of the first pick in most situations over the Zeri. We have been seeing a lot of Zeris being first pick, and then the other side just goes Yuumi Sivir and wins the game afterwards. Sivir has so much utility, and just the laning phase is so strong. I just feel like Sivir's completely busted on this patch. We're going to take a look at the wins right here. Two big, I would call them semi-upsets in Frank over PSG and Deep Cross over CFO.
True. A lot of people thinking CWC Flying. I mean, I thought CWC Flying Oyster were the best team in the league. But Deep Cross Gaming, now 12-3. And as I said before, with their schedule looking so realistic, I think DCG have a big chance to lock in first. Now, of course, PSG Talon can do the same, Clement, as we might end up having a tie up in that bubble, because J-Team will finally get to play again next week, so we can find out if they're able to catch up to these big dogs in the league.
Yeah, they still have 6 games to go, so that's a potential of 14 wins. Definitely still up in the air there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the table, Jewish team still has a chance to get into playoffs. It's a very, very small chance, but they definitely could overtake either Impunity or Metafalcon team. While we have to say sorry to our Malaysian representatives, Sen9 again is going to miss the postseason.
Gotta love you, Clement. You know, Jewish team right there, down at the bottom, and you're like, it's like, you know, owning like an antique store, right? And there's this lamp in the corner, and no one's looking at it, no one's touching it. People are like, oh, I don't really think it'll work in my home. And you're there, and you're saying, guys, this lamp, you know, it might not be electronic, but it's fun. The kids will love it. You're really trying to sell it, and I believe in you, Clement. I agree. As we look at next week, next Friday, Jewish team versus J team, Clement, sell me that lamp.
Anything is possible?
That's
a terrible pitch.
There you go, Clement. Well done. J-Team are back next week. That's the main part. They've got a lot of games to play. They're already secure for playoffs, but again, top 4 is well within their sights. Today with Frank Esports, though, I don't know. I don't think the split's going to be as easy as we would have thought for a team like J-Team, especially with them overtaking Beyond Gaming and Beyond. I don't know, Clement. Would you say Beyond is secure even against Jewish team?
There's no gap between top 2 and the rest of the team squads.
Yeah.
That is the biggest difference in this split compared to all the rest. Before, it was always PSG plus CFO plus Beyond Gaming. This split, everyone is in the mix.
That's true. I mean, even last split, I thought it was more, you know, less of a league, where last time it was like, oh, one team, maybe half a team, right? Second seed of PCS, not really considered. But that aside, Mr. Clement Chu, thank you for selling lamps. Thank you for being alongside with me for the penultimate week. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to a break. We go to an absolute ending of a break, as it's called in the business for some reason, if I get my words together. And we return with you for the last week of PCS next week. We'll see you on Thursday. Be there.